Good. All right, good morning, everybody. Today is Thursday. I have to look at my paper to know what day it really is, January 20th. This is the New Hampshire House Election Law Committee. We have public hearings scheduled for today starting at 9:30. And somewhere, somebody's clock has it 9:30, so I am declaring it time to open our session. And before we begin our legislative business, I ask that you rise and join me in a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. The first bill we have scheduled for public hearing this morning is HB 1567. This is relative to the removal of election officials from office. 1567, the prime sponsor is with us here today to introduce the bill. Welcome, Representative Allegra.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members and Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the time to present this proposal. Again, my name is Mark Allegro. I'm a representative from Grafton's 7th District. This bill is about election integrity. That's a term bandied about a lot these days, and I know that the first response from a lot of people is to roll their eyes, but it's a serious problem, not only here in New Hampshire, but around the country. Just by way of a couple of quick examples, in Arizona, the Maricopa County audit of the 2020 election uncovered scores of thousands of double votes, votes by dead people, votes by people living in other counties, and so on. In Wisconsin, a court just ruled the use of ballot harvesting boxes as illegal, and we'll see how that plays out in the long run. But these things contribute to concerns about whether our votes are being done the right way. They especially contribute to concerns about chain of custody matters. So in New Hampshire, we have our own issues, like every state, and this bill attempts to mitigate just one of them, and that is willful negligence of local elections officials. I'm not implying that this is a rampant issue, but it's an issue that exists. This is not a bill bent on punishing local election officials. This is just a bill that will provide citizens with recourse in the face of willful negligence on the occasions when it does arise. So I'm going to start with just a couple of examples, really just one, and then a description of what pushed me to actually propose this legislation. This is, and I'm not going to mention names, I'm not even going to mention the names of towns, except in the one case because it's been in the newspapers numerous times, so it's no secret. And that non-secret is the Bedford election fiasco, where it was discovered that close to 200 ballots were found missing after the election. And then yet a second batch was found in September from the 2020 election, was found in September 21 during the execution of a special election there. The Secretary of State, if I'm to believe the newspapers, which is difficult these days, the Secretary of State stated that they've seen this kind of thing before. So it's not a one-off. Sometimes mistakes happen, but sometimes there's willful negligence associated with those errors, shall we say. In this case, the hundreds of ballots that were missing were kept secret from the public for over a year. I don't know if you've read this in the newspapers, but could you imagine that? Ballots were misplaced. They were discovered in the underneath, in one case, a box underneath the voting machine. And this was kept secret from the public and from town officials for over a year, all right? The local elections officials, whose names I won't mention, at meetings with town officials, said we did the right thing by keeping this secret. We lost votes, we kept it secret. Now, some of them were counted in the second batch. I forget whether it was the first or the second batch. One of these batches of votes was not even counted, not even added in the tally. We did the right thing in keeping it secret, they stated. And then, with what can only be described as serious chutzpah, if you'll excuse the expression, they stated, we report, I'm paraphrasing here, we report to the, no, this is a quote, we report to the Secretary of State, not the town council. Oh my goodness. I can never imagine a statement like that coming out of my mouth. We serve the people, and we report to the people. Now, I've witnessed other infractions in my time being involved in elections, some of them in this state, some not in others. Some have been as simple and difficult to deal with as like in the past year, when poll observers were kept over 40 feet from observing ballot tallying. It's a difficult situation, that's easy to understand, but there's no excuse for not letting these poll observers do the other things that are in protocol we usually follow, such as come in the morning, check the voting machine, see that it's zeroed, and check it at various times during the day and at the end of the day. I've seen poll wardens actually, what was the term that was used? Correcting ballots, making sure that the bubbles were filled in all the way. There's not an election official that doesn't know that that's a no-no. I'm very sorry. I've seen poll workers prompting voters with their street address. Everybody knows you're to come in, you're to tell them your address, and then they say, what's your name? I've seen people come into polling places not remembering, yeah, you heard me right, not remembering their street address, okay? And the poll worker prompting them. This is a no-no. I've witnessed a bunch of other infractions, but there was one in particular that was relatively recent that inspired me to draft this legislation with my co-sponsor, Representative Silver. And that was in an election that took place. It was a special election in 2021. Again, I'm not going to mention the town or the candidates. I went there just as a volunteer to hold signs. And out came a voter. You probably haven't heard about this one. It was actually, I think, obscene. I heard a voter come out and say, I just filled out my ballot. I went to fill out my ballot, and I noticed that the bubble for the other candidate was already filled in. So, to make a long story short, someone who had standing to actually inquire went in and inquired of this election official, how did this happen? Was this one, or was this many? Who knows? You know, if this happens 10 times, that's 10 disallowed votes when the ballots are counted. And in these town elections, 10 votes can be a lot, as we all know. And this was the explanation from the election official. I'm going to paraphrase this person. He said, well, we were running out of ballots, and so I ran over to the other polling site, and I grabbed a handful of ballots, and I came back with them, and apparently this spoiled ballot was amongst them. So it's my fault. Well, I got home and I discussed this with an acquaintance who served as a poll warden. And when she heard it, and I knew this was wrong, but she knew the details and was incensed. What are the problems with this explanation? Well, first of all, a poll warden, or King George himself, cannot just go to another polling site and, quote unquote, grab a handful of ballots. This is a no-no, okay? Anybody who works in the polls, certainly with any regularity, understands that ballots come in sealed packages, and if you have to transport ballots, there's a reporting process, and you don't just grab a handful of ballots off the desk. So, you know, that's question number one. How did this election official do that? The second question is, how did a spoiled ballot wind up in a stack of presumably unspoiled ballots? Because spoiled ballots are supposed to be marked clearly and put in a separate envelope and kept clear of those other ballots. So there were at least two matters here that amounted not to just a goof up, but perhaps unacceptable negligence. So here's the problem. The problem is that voters have almost zero recourse to deal with these matters. Okay? Election officials make mistakes like everybody else, but they also do things out of laziness and out of willful negligence. You know, the rules in some cases appear to serve them when they need to give people instructions about stepping back. You know, you can't wear that in the polling site and so on and so forth. But when it comes to actually following clear-cut rules like chain of custody and access to ballot for poll observers and matters like that, a lot of times the rules are just ignored. So the voting public has no recourse, and that's what this bill seeks to provide. There are no punitive measures, but this allows poll observers, when voting officials break protocol and it leads to significant errors, it allows recourse for voters to take the matter to court to file, and if found negligent, that local official can be removed from office. Yes, I know. This might create a hardship because these are not exactly the most popular positions. You know, this isn't like movie star. Everybody wants to be one. But again, we have to put the horse before the cart. We have a serious concern about voting integrity in this state and around the country. And when errors like this are being tolerated with no recourse, it does not contribute to our confidence in the outcome of elections. Presently, voters feel herded, disrespected, ignored. No wonder there's so little confidence in our electoral system. And this isn't, everybody in this room also understands it's not a partisan issue. This has been going on for quite some time. So the New Hampshire House of Representatives, this institution of which I'm a part, we have it in our power to help rectify the situation. Not only do we have it in our power, but by Constitution, we have the duty to rectify this kind of situation. And we have the ability to restore confidence in our elections. I scratch my head and I wonder, how could we not take an opportunity to mitigate these problems as they arise and try to come to solutions that help restore this confidence that's so desperately needed. I'll take that opportunity to end any prepared statement I have to make, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I would just urge you to please don't be polite when questioning me. My whole career has been answering questions at the lab bench and in the classroom. I enjoy questions, and I'll look forward to addressing yours as directly as I may. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from committee members? Representative.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Representative Hamer.
Did you report any of these infractions to the Secretary of State that you had witnessed?
Well, some of them have been reported. In the one case I mentioned about filling in bubbles completely, that was reported to the town clerk. I know that this one in Bedford was reported to the Secretary of State. And yes, again, I'm not going to mention town, but some of these breaks in protocol, I'll call them, were reported to the Secretary of State's office. But you know how it is on Election Day. The Secretary of State must get goodness knows how many phone calls. And in my experience anyway, they rarely get back to the person who's phoned in with the complaint. So yes, the ones I've spoken about here today, they've all been reported to, you know, the next highest authority. But there was never any action taken on any of them, although the Bedford situation, I understand, is being investigated by the Attorney General, but we'll see how that turns out.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Hamer, all set? Any other questions from committee members? Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Legler, for taking my question. In the last sentence of your added wording, lines 12 and 13, you say, in any such court proceeding, if the court finds that removal is warranted, the prevailing registered voter shall be entitled to an award of reasonable attorney's fees and court costs. It does not indicate who would compensate the person for those court costs or fees. Are you anticipating that it would be the defendant, or that the town or the state, or who would compensate for those attorney's fees and court costs?
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I noticed that myself. This was primarily drafted by Representative Silver, who's an attorney. And I agree with you. I think that's an oversight, and I can have that attended to fairly rapidly, and so that proper wording is in here. My expectation is that those court costs would have to be covered by the defendant in this case, but I don't know fully how the judicial system works. It needs to be compensated by someone, because otherwise you're asking, Mr. Smith in Thornton to cover perhaps thousands of dollars worth of legal costs, and that would be a real impediment to them actually reporting and following through on these kinds of infractions. Thank you. I'll see to that, and I will get back to you within 48 hours.
Thank you. And
For-
follow-up, Madam Chair?
Follow-up.
In that same vein, if the, I think we recognize that there is potential for politicizing this. If somebody is just upset and doesn't like the way things are,
Sure.
they can make things miserable for election officials. If there is a suit and the suit fails, should there be compensation for the court costs of the election worker in the same way?
Well, if a case has no merit, of course, the court can dismiss it immediately, and that solves part of your problem. No, there is not a mechanism. And that's true in, I would think, the vast majority of civil suits. So I'd be happy to hear a suggestion. But again, if you have people that see something that they think is wrong, it's a deterrent for them to report it. So we can, I'll be sure to address that with my co-sponsor on this, and get back to you within 48 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative, I apologize. We have a sub, and I have not written down your last name, Representative.
Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, and I can't find it on my email, which I just looked for. So we will take care of that, and thank you for being with us today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Rep. Allegro. From what I understand, there is a chain of command on the election site, being the moderator and the town clerk, and then, of course, the Secretary of State. Rather than have a law writing in avenues for litigation, wouldn't it be more prudent to write a law requiring some kind of chain of command and chain of information being passed as far as any kind of those infractions?
If I'm not understanding your question, let me know, but it seems to me that you want to incorporate into this a prepared chain of command, and the purpose being that the whoever is responsible for committing the infraction should be the one identified. To that, I would have to answer that infractions can be committed at all levels, and ultimately, yes, the person at the top of that chain of command is responsible. But again, this isn't a matter of punishing people for innocent errors. So if a purposeful infraction is committed by, I don't know, say a town clerk, and the town moderator doesn't know about it, until later. Um, the chain of command, I think, is, it's not the town moderator that would be the subject of possible removal. It would be the town clerk, or whatever the lower on the chain of command is. Did I answer your question, or?
Sort of, can I have a
Follow-up.
follow-up? So if this basically litigation bill is not meant to be punitive, I don't understand why having some sort of written receipt of an infraction being passed up that chain of command so that they can be looked at by the moderator, by the town clerk, and if needed, the Secretary of State, as opposed to just saying, hey, this guy did something, and, it's not really, like, I'll take care of it. Might not work for reasons you can see yourself.
Yes, now I think I understand your question. So your question is can we not deal with this by allowing superiors in the chain of command to deal with the infraction before it gets to a court? And I have to agree, that's another good idea that we can incorporate into this bill via an amendment. I think it's a very rational idea and potentially save costs and saves the unfortunate reality that it's going to potentially create more cases for our judicial system to handle. Thank you. Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? I have a couple. Representative, just on the bill mechanics, is the intent that the registered voter may bring suit as to an official in their community or any community? Because I'm not sure I see that restriction.
Well, I think it.
So, in other words, I am a registered voter in Goffstown. Could I bring suit, if this bill was to become law, could I bring suit in Bedford for what you've just talked about today? Because it talks about, it says to remove any, and then the list, or other town or city official, but it doesn't say of the registered voters community.
The intent is not for anybody in the state to bring the matter to the courts for any other jurisdiction. The intent is for the matter to be brought from within the jurisdiction.
Okay. And further question is, do you have any idea what the average length of time to resolve an equity matter in the Superior Court is?
No, I don't.
And I appreciate that might be a better question for Representative Silber.
Yeah, every bill has improvements that can be made, but this is a case where I think we have more than the starting material required to mitigate an otherwise unaddressable issue. I mean, you see all these people that are committing infractions of standard protocol and in some cases law, and they're there for the next election. So if it takes time to go through court, that's a weakness of our court system, of our judicial system. But these people could remain in office committing the same, pardon the term, screw-ups ad infinitum, the way things stand. So I think it's a vast improvement to have a mechanism for the public to have some recourse.
Thank you. Finally, my last question at this time, and I just note that we have a bill for sort of a similar purpose coming up after this, so I'm not as concerned about the start time. The bill refers to refers to someone knowingly failing to perform a duty. You talked about willful negligence, and at another time said unacceptable negligence. What is the standard that you all were trying to set when this bill was drafted?
knowing infraction.
So intentional, is that what you mean?
No, that doesn't mean intentional. Intentional is with forethought, okay? So, for instance, a person can make a mistake. That's not intentional. But then the failure to correct that mistake, or perhaps even compound it, that is knowing. That's willful. We're parsing words now on this. An election official knows. An election official knows that they're not supposed to go to another polling site and grab a fistful of ballots. Okay. Of course, the finding has to be in favor of the plaintiff. So, the responsibility here lies with the plaintiff. But again, here's an example where an election official understands, knows, has been practicing, is trained, that they're not allowed to just go to another polling site and grab a fistful of a fistful of ballots. And so that's negligence.
You do know, Representative, that you can transfer ballots under certain procedures from polling places within a
Yes.
voting district. You
Yes,
do
that's right.
understand.
And had that election official followed those procedures, it wouldn't have been an issue. And had that election official followed those procedures, he wouldn't have somehow managed to scoop up one or more spoiled ballots. We'll never know how many.
Okay, thank you. Further questions from the committee members? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Also signed up to speak on 1567 is Christina Guilford. Welcome, Ms. Guilford.
Good morning, members of the committee. Christina Guilford, Derry Town and School Moderator. I appreciated a lot of your questions on this bill. I completely understand that voters want to have recourse. For people that may not be aware, the town moderator is the top election official on election day. So the buck stops there. People that I hire, like assistant moderators, it's my job to train them. It's my job to make sure they do things the way they're supposed to. And if they don't, it's my job to correct the issue and to make sure I don't hire them again. This bill as written has assistant moderators in here, has deputies in here. Those people are appointed and hired. They don't put their name on a ballot and put themselves out there and open themselves up to this. My term is ending in March. I already put my name in to run again. I understand that I have to answer to the voters of Derry. That's who elects me. That's who I answer to. And I'm responsible for anyone that I hire. The way this bill is written, it's going to be next to impossible to hire people. I've already had assistant moderators reach out to me and tell me if this is how it's going to be, I'm not going to work anymore. Because we have voters come in and ask questions, and a lot of it is because of what they hear in the news. And they wonder, is the machine plugged into the internet? Is there a watermark on the ballot? Is there this, all these questions about things that happen in other states, and we don't do things the same way in New Hampshire. I do take the time. I speak to those voters. They reach out to me online. I speak with them. I meet with them. I talk to them. And a lot of times when I explain, this is the law, this is how it works, this is what we do, they definitely understand. What happened in Bedford, we all heard about it on the news. I honestly don't understand, and if something like that had happened in Derry, I would resign. That's just me, because that is, counting the ballots, making sure they're all accounted for. That's the job of the moderator. but that's me, and I know not everyone's the same. But you know, the moderator runs the polling place. We have a 2-year term. We can be replaced in 2 years. I know there's another bill coming up about recall and about 3-year terms. Well, maybe it needs to be expanded and allow all election officials to be recalled if that's the case. But you're talking about volunteers, people who didn't put their names on ballots, suddenly being taken to court, maybe having to pay fees. And you know, you have the voter being reimbursed if the voter, you know, doesn't, you know, wins. But if that, relative volunteer, I mean, in Derry, we pay $15 an hour. You know, they work for, 6 hours, 7 hours. They could go to court, and even if they win, they could be out thousands of dollars. There's no reason to participate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Guilford? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Good morning. Thank you so much for coming here and talking to us about your experiences and for your service to our community.
Thank you.
I'm wondering, would you favor this bill if it only included people that were elected? And a little bit further than that is, what about people that have been trained? What if it was people that were elected and people who had gone through training?
Again, I have issues with anyone who's not elected being subject to this, because I think, when you put your name on the ballot, you're putting yourself out there, you're holding yourself up to a higher standard. I think when people are trained and they do something wrong, we had an incident in Derry in 2020 where a poll worker was basically electioneering, and it was caught on video. And that video was sent to the Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General's office. And that was prior to my becoming town moderator. And the Attorney General's office took it from there, and I know at the end they chose not to prosecute. That poll worker did reach out to me when I got elected and said they'd be willing to work, and I was not interested in hiring them.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ma'am, for taking my question. So whether a poll worker is elected or a volunteer or not, if they commit a wrongful action in regard to voting procedures, should they not be held to the same standard?
See, it's my job to know every RSA in and out. Someone who is hired and trained to do a particular job, even if they are an assistant moderator, they don't know all the little ins and outs, and an innocent mistake could be made. But as the overarching moderator, it's my job to have my eyes everywhere and watch that and correct anything that may happen.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. Right, I understand that, but some of the actions we heard referenced from the last witness were things, whether you know the RSAs or not, seem to be common sense, shouldn't have happened. So do you think that in a case where it's a knowing situation, there should be some way to solve that so it doesn't happen again?
Well, we've had multiple polling places in the past in Derry. If there was a need to transfer ballots between one polling place and the other, there's a procedure there for the town clerk and another election official to do that. It wouldn't just be, we don't even use the term poll warden. It wouldn't just be someone going over and doing that. Like, you do have to follow the rules. And, nobody would just send somebody to go do that. Like, it just makes no sense.
Thank you. Further questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for coming this morning.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this bill, is Natch Grays. Welcome to the Election Law Committee. Natch is from the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I hope I pronounced your name right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Nate Grays,
Not-
Nate like nature. So
Okay,
it's
great, thank you.
a bit unusual. So I'm from NHMA. We do object to this bill. One of the things we'd like to point out is there's already a mechanism to remove any town official who doesn't perform their duties. That's because town officials must take the oath of office pursuant to RSA 42:1, and that oath of office is the oath of office in the Constitution, Part 2, Article 84, which states the official will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all duties incumbent on them. And if they don't, they are subject to removal. So there's no need to add additional people who can come in here and remove any town official because that already exists. I guess there are a couple other items that came up during the discussion today that I'd like to address. The first is that this bill doesn't have any sort of penalty for a vexatious or frivolous lawsuit. So if I don't like the result that comes out of my polling place, or, well, as written, it doesn't specify polling place, but I assume an amendment would do that, I could just go file suit and allege that something has occurred. There's no penalty for me doing that. At some point, it could get thrown out, but it's going to cost both potentially the individual town official and almost certainly the town money to fight that, even if it's just to the point of a dismissal, to the point of, the court looking at it, seeing what the filings are and saying, well, there's no allegation here. There's no penalty for me doing that. I could just go and do that because I don't like the result. And I could just allege that the moderator or the clerk or whoever didn't do their job. So that's a big problem that we foresee because, of course, you could politicize this and that could be a result that occurs. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that under the statute being modified, RSA 666:3, the first provision is actually a misdemeanor, and that's where the intent is any public officer whose duty relates to elections shall knowingly fail to perform the duty is guilty of a misdemeanor. And the second section, which is the new section being added in, doesn't have a criminal penalty, and presumably it wouldn't because any registered voter can file the suit, and there's actually no intent there. It's just any registered voter can bring the suit against any of these election officials for failure to perform their election duties. So there's no willfulness, there's no knowingly, there's no negligently, there's nothing. It's just, hey, I think this person failed to perform their duties, I'm suing. So those are really the points I wanted to make. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions? Representative Terosian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking the question. Looking at Part 1 in here, maybe I'm missing something you said. It says any public officer upon a duty relating to elections is imposed who shall knowingly fail to perform such duty or who shall knowingly perform in such a way and so forth. So the
Right.
word knowingly is in there. I thought I heard you say.
Just for
But-
clarification, I'll deal with this.
Mhm.
One refers to a misdemeanor in the last line, which means it's a criminal action. Those are not brought by individuals. Those are they can be brought by individuals, but they are more commonly brought by the state. Two has to do with the actual individual bringing suit, and his position is that the act intent or qualification of knowingly does not transfer to the second paragraph.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. When I think I can do so ably, I like to take witnesses off the hot seat.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the witness? Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So we heard of infractions of of election rules.
Mhm.
And it was acknowledged that those are not common,
Correct.
but even if they're uncommon, or even if they go beyond uncommon to rare, it can change the outcome of elections. So do you have a recommendation as to how to deal with these issues in a timely way without this process?
Well, based on what the sponsor said, and I'm not an elected official, so I don't have this personal knowledge, but based on what the sponsor said, it sounds like the Secretary of State's office may not have enough staff on Election Day in order to address concerns coming to them. If that's the case, it certainly seems appropriate that the Secretary of State's office, as the overseer of the state's elections, would be the one to deal with problems, and they might need more staffing. But that's not something I would argue for as an HMA, but certainly that seems to be the linchpin here, is if people are making complaints and they're not getting responses, that perhaps it's the case that we need more people so that they can respond.
Further questions for the witness?
I'm all set.
Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. That is the last speaker I have for 1567. In regards to this bill, there was remote testimony to the extent of opposing or supporting the bill. 13 individuals registered as supporting the bill, 86 registered as opposing the bill, and Representative Terosian. And 2 persons have signed up, 1 in favor, 1 against. I'm closing the public hearing on 1567. Next, we will move on to our second hearing of the day, which is HB 1485. This is relative to direct recall elections. And I'm going to look to the last man standing as to sponsors in this committee that is here today to introduce the bill, Representative Berry.
I'm Representative Sweeney again. Better looking and smarter. Get that joke out of the way. This is Representative Sweeney is the prime sponsor on this bill. I am a co-sponsor on it. It is a bill dealing with recall elections for municipal offices with terms of 3 years. I believe they're going to look at expanding that to 3 years or more. The purpose of the overarching idea is in New Hampshire, we turn over virtually, or I shouldn't say virtually, but the overwhelming vast majority of offices every 2 years, including being one of 2 states that does it for governor. In our opinion, me and the other sponsors, that gives voters a good bite at the apple every time they elect somebody that maybe doesn't serve their best interests, and everyone in this room is a part of that, and some of us have been on both sides of that will. So what we did try to do when crafting it was set the bar high enough to where the recall wouldn't be frivolous, but it would be attainable. So the way it would work is there would be a petition, just very similar to a warrant article, except you would need 10% of the total registered voters in the last general election in the jurisdiction to sign the petition. At that point, the petition would go to the town clerk's office, where it could be certified. If the town clerk's office refuses to certify it for whatever reason, we do offer redress through the court system, an expedited redress. Obviously, there's some conflict of interest if you're the town clerk and you are judging the petitions on your recall, whether or not they're legitimate or not. So we had to provide an escape valve there. There can be a recall election. I believe Representative Sweeney is going to address he's going to address my concerns with that, which is I want that recall election on an already occurring election. I know it's currently not written like that. The election to replace if the recall election takes place, there's another bar that has to be hit. So it has to have an election with at least 20% registered voter turnout, so that way 10 people can't show up and punt somebody out of office. And obviously there has to be a majority of those voting. The election to the election to replace someone, if there is one, will be at the next regularly called election. We don't want to be shoving a bunch of elections down on town clerks. There is a provision in here this is something that I caught, so I did see this, Representative Sweeney, and I fixed it for you. I fixed what I referred to as the escape hatch, which is somebody's about to be recalled, they resign real fast, and then many of these offices are, when there's a vacancy, they are filled by an existing board. So there was an escape hatch where you could resign, the board could reappoint you, and your recall would be basically circumvented. So what this does do is it says if you are subject to a recall and you resign, you may not be placed back in that office, but you may run for that office again in the next regular election for that office. So it doesn't preclude you from running in the future, but it does preclude you from using that as an escape hatch. And with that, I will try to answer these questions the best I can. Like I said, this was not. I am a sponsor of this bill. I am supportive of the idea, but I was not the primary driver of it.
Questions, Representative Terosian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Berry, for taking the question. I think I heard you say, but I wasn't sure, that you were going to correct, in other words, this is for a 3-year term. So you're going to correct that so it would include...
Three or more, yes, because there are terms for municipal office. Like I know in Litchfield, the supervisor of the checklist serves a 6-year term. So we will expand it out to 3-year terms. It's up to the committee if they want to, from the previous bill, if they want to bring it down to the 2-year terms. But that's our intention was the 3-year terms, because we do believe that 2-year cycles of cleaning out politicians gives the voters ample opportunity to address, let's call it, mistakes. But 3 years and more, you know, if you elect somebody and they run on campaign promise A and then they get in and immediately do the opposite of A, you have to live under that for 3 years, and we don't think that that's right.
Further questions, Representative Groen?
Thank you, Representative Berry, for taking my question, and certainly not from somebody that's smarter or better looking.
Smarter,
maybe,
definitely.
Maybe older and wiser. But anyway, you just mentioned 3 or more years, but the bill specifically says 3 years. Is that something you plan to amend?
Correct. When I was reading it this morning, going, "Oh my God, Joe, what'd you get me into?" I went, "Oh, he missed that." So yeah, that's supposed to be 3 or more. I do know that for a fact.
Thank you.
Further questions for Representative Berry? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Thank you. I know you may not be able to answer this because you say you're not the driver of this, but the better-looking Mr. Sweeney is. Was there any incident that you can recall that was the motivation for drafting this?
So I could speak personally to that. So as you know, I represent the town of Litchfield as well. And in Litchfield, we have, it's very standard, right? School board members usually serve for 3 years. We had a school board that released this document to parents at the beginning of remote learning. It was a DEI document, and in the DEI document was a list of links to things that my voters found objectionable. They did the classic pack the school board meeting. There were things in that document about defunding the police. And the school board, I went to that board meeting. I didn't take a massive position on it. I'm not a resident of the town. You know, if I had children, they wouldn't go to that school system, but I do represent that town. And what I told the school board at the time was, you guys, they were trying to shortchange the meeting. They were trying to limit public comment, cut it down to 10 minutes in total, not 10 minutes per person, 10 minutes in total. And I told them, you guys need to listen. You need to basically take your lumps on this one. You messed up. And they were indignant, would be the best way to describe that. And I don't think that they were malicious in this. And I said that at the time. I didn't think they were malicious. I didn't think it was intentional, but they tried to cover it up and shift blame. All of them did. And to have somebody who was, in my opinion, attempting to cover things up, they were holding executive session meetings for things that were not personnel matters, specifically about this issue. So they were trying to hide from the public. And that's not acceptable to me, and it's not acceptable to the voters that I represent in Litchfield. They have to wait for 3 years while this persons, while they cycle out these persons or have the opportunity to cycle out these persons. So that was the impetus when he proposed it to me. I said, yeah, we need to be able to clean these out a little more regularly. And once again, I don't think it was malicious with what they did. The document was appalling. But I get that when things are moving quick, and COVID was crazy times, but it's, the cover-up's worse than the crime, so.
Further question, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
What is a DEI document?
Diversity, equity, inclusion. It was a document they sponsored after George Floyd. Like I said, there were things in the document that weren't objectable, but they provided a list of links for parents. And the one that really got me going was they had a link to a document that supported defunding the police as a political position. And once again, I'm not trying to draw condemnation on the document itself. The document, they admitted that the document was inappropriate after we packed a school board meeting, but their behavior leading up to it, the executive session that shouldn't have been an executive session, because most of you were involved in some form of executive town government. You know that executive session is used almost exclusively for personnel matters. School boards will use it for matters pertaining to a particular student. But this was a matter of effectively curriculum that was being distributed to parents as a resource document. It had no business in executive session. And they tried to cover it up, and I get it. I wouldn't have wanted to be on camera for that either if that's what I was doing. But the reality is that's what they did. They got caught, and they were pretty unremorseful about it.
Further question, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You talk about the school board, and they are 3-year terms, but they're not all at the same time.
Correct. So there is a provision in here, I believe, at least I told Joe it needed to be in there, that basically limits when the recall can happen. So it can't happen immediately after an election or within a certain time period beforehand. If it's not in there, it should have been, because I told them it needed to be in there. Because basically, when they came to me with this idea, I said, I like the idea, but I don't want it to be abused. So it should be in there if it's not, but if it's not, it definitely, I will tell you I will be putting it in there, because I do not want.
It's at the bottom of page 2.
At the bottom of page 2, that's what I thought. It should be a certain time limit in here.
Actually, I stand corrected, page 1.
Page 1. Oh, here we go. Yep. No application for recall petition shall be filed during the first 180 days or during the last 180 days of any official term. So that was a provision that I demanded that be in there, because it's ridiculous if somebody gets elected and you don't like them and you immediately file a recall petition on them. It's also ridiculous to hold a recall petition for somebody you're going to be voting on in 180 days. So trying to find an actual balanced approach to this, because I don't want it to be abused or get off the rails.
Further question.
Actually, I never got to my question.
Sorry about that. Welcome to election law.
So essentially, because you have the 180 days before, 180 days after, essentially, on a school board, you would not be able to do a recall on the majority of the school board.
Correct.
Maybe one, depending on the school board, maybe 2, which means that even if you were successful in your recall, you're still going to have the same majority. And I'm just wondering what you think about this, all of this stuff, the expense to the town, for a situation where it's not going to change the outcome of what's going on in the school board.
So to that effect, as I said in the beginning, one of the things that all of co-sponsors agree upon is that 2 years is a good amount of time to change people out. And this operates within that window. To answer your question about I guess to your point is you're asking about the burden onto the town. Obviously, we did try to pair up the elections with the existing elections. I've said before in this committee that I don't want an election just here and there because the winds changed, which is why we put in these pretty large bumpers, if you will, to stop that from occurring. But it is a very, it's a very valid point that you make. There will be an election, there will be a recall, there will be a cost to that. But ultimately, that is one of the functions of government. So I am extremely judicious about when we create new elections, if you will. And I am extremely judicious with the taxpayers' dollars. I understand town resources dollars are precious. I understand they come from property taxes. I am extremely sensitive to all those issues. And like with all things in government, there is a balancing act.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Berry, I just want clarification based on the last discussion here that this recall is strictly individual. It's not recalling a board. Is that correct?
Correct. It actually specifically says that in the language that a recall provision can only be used for one. The petition can only be used for one individual. I guess there could be a situation where people signed up for as many as they could, but once again, the 180-day provision, the length of the office of terms, it's an intentionally narrow-scoped legislation to put, and it's not just about school board members. There's selectmen and zoning boards and all those sorts of things that can have 2, 3, 4-year terms. And it just, I think part of it is if you're in like I said, the town of Litchfield posted there, hey, this is what's going to be on the municipal ballot in March. They actually did it yesterday, and the supervisor checklist is going to run for a 6-year term. And if you're sitting there for 6, you get in there and you're in year 1, and you're like, well, I can do or not do this job well, and I'll have 4 years to correct it. Well, maybe not. So the idea is, we should always be accountable to the voters. We should always be attuned to them. Some of us are better at it than others. Some of us think we're better at it than we are. But I think with the New Hampshire system of government, 400 state representatives cycling every 2 years, the government cycles every 2 years, our citizen legislator is designed to be accountable to the voters at all times. And by having these positions that are longer than 2 years, they kind of get removed from that accountability. People's memories are short, and there's some good things and there's bad things. Obviously, the United States Senate 6-year term for a reason. They're supposed to be the gentle person's body, and we're supposed to work together. There's good and bad things about not being able to change people out, but it is my opinion, and the way the New Hampshire system of government is set up is you get a bite at that apple pretty often, unless you have a 3, 4, 5, 6-year term, and then you don't.
Further questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. I guess a 3-year term, you have a 180-day window, 180-day window. So basically, that leaves you with a 2-year term, right?
Well, conduct the recall. No, it's not 2 years. It's because it's before or after, but it's designed for people who, for the 3-year term specifically, it's designed for people who get in office and immediately cease to perform or perform counter to what they promised. For those, remember, it's 3. There are longer terms than 3 years.
Right.
But to your point, yes, you're making the point that's a very narrow window, I assume.
Right.
And it's by design.
2 years, and we're talking anyway. That's all. I'm done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. I'm not going to refute that point. It's the reason this thing is so scoped is bluntly because of me, because I said, if you're going to get me on board with this, you need to put some big guardrails on this, because this gets abused in other states, and I don't like that, bluntly. You have to have there's stability of government issues underlying that if you're just constantly making runs at it. But I think when you have those, once again, when you have those long terms and they're out of reach and there's no recourse, that's a problem. But I want to put it, within reach, but not, it's Tuesday, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to recall my school board member.
Further questions, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
So earlier, this is a follow-up to what you said about the board in Litchfield, and that they experienced some disappointed parents, and then they went and talked about the situation. You thought they weren't responsive. You said they went into executive session. Did you mean non-public session?
Correct,
That's
I'm
what
sorry,
working on.
non-public
Okay,
session, that's what I
thank you.
should, yes,
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
thanks, I understand.
Non-public session, yes, they went into non-public session.
Okay,
I
thanks.
apologize, yes, they were, that's exactly what I meant. I'm in legislative mode, what can I say?
Further questions? Representative Barry, I have a question in regards to clarification. If you look at line 10, page 1, it refers to, and also 5 and 6, a local elected official.
Okay.
So is the intent that this would not be a senator to the U.S. Senate,
Oh, yes, no, it is
not
only.
a congressional official to the U.S. Congress?
Correct. So it is only, yes, that is 100% the intent. It is only for local elected officials. It is not for Congress. It is not for, it's 2 years, but it would not be for U.S. Senate President, I guess, if you wanted. Can't do that.
Okay.
Recall, that'd be an interesting concept. We're going to recall our electors. That'd be a fun little exercise. Where's Muirhead when you need him?
All right, so in follow-up to that, you were trying to put guardrails on this for essentially local officials that would appear on a ballot, generally speaking, not in September or November. Usually those are municipal-run elections that occur anywhere between March and I think June is the last date you can have them. All right, so my question is, why was the signature requirement based on registration at the time of the general election? Is that a function of checklist maintenance, or if we're talking about local elections?
Yeah, that's a function of me demanding a high bar to execute it, because I understand I understand the ramifications of this concept, and I was trying to make it as palatable as possible, while still achieving the underlying goal. And I understand that no matter what we do, there will be members who don't support this. But I did make a good faith effort on my end in talking with Joe of like, you need to do X, Y, and Z, because otherwise it's just going to get wrapped up as a partisan bill and get into put in that bin. It wasn't my intention to do that.
Thank you. Other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for introducing this bill. Also signed up to speak on 1485 is Nate Grays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nate Grays for the New Hampshire Municipal Association again. I should have mentioned in my prior testimony, and I will now.
Can you get a little closer to the mic? I
Sure.
actually texted to make sure that you could be heard and.
Sure. I do have written testimony which was submitted online, so hopefully you've had the opportunity to review that. I guess preliminarily, my question would be, if the intent of the sponsors is that they like New Hampshire's traditional election cycle of a 2-year cycle, why wouldn't we just adjust everyone's terms to be 2 years rather than have a recall? I don't have an answer to that, but I was just throwing that out there. And I'm pointing that out because the bill is somewhat arbitrary. As I'm sure many of you know, there are local options for how long local officials serve terms. So for example, clerks and treasurers typically serve a term of 1 year unless the town has opted for a 3-year term. Similarly, a highway agent who is elected either serves 1, 2, or 3 years. So at the local level, you end up making that decision about what's appropriate for your town for at least some positions. And depending on what decision you make, if this bill were to go into effect, that person may or may not be subject to a recall, which seems somewhat arbitrary. Additionally, we are concerned that there really isn't anything that ties the officials' performance of their duties to the recall. So while an allegation does have to be made about, or a statement made about the recall, it really doesn't necessarily tie to what their action is. So, you know, it could be the case that someone does spend that first 180 days to gather signatures, and then on day 181 file it against the official, and it could be the loser in the election. So we're concerned certainly about the possibility of abuse here, and that's really the major point. Besides that, we're also concerned about holding these special elections. Certainly, if it is something that ends up being abused, I'm not saying that's the case, but if it is something that ends up being abused, and you end up having to have special elections, you know, those elections are going to cost money. You're going to have to find volunteers to perform the elections. You're going to have to, you know, call out the moderator and everyone else. And the cost of that ranges. So small towns typically cost a couple $100 to run an election, but a larger one's going to be about 10,000 or more. And so that can add up pretty quickly, and municipalities may have to start budgeting for, you know, some some routine amount of money to hold these extra elections, as they may be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
That is the last pink card that I have on HB 1485. We did have remote testimony registration in connection with that. 11 people signed up supporting it, and there were 38 opposed to it. Representative Terosian has provided me with the sign-up sheet, and there were 2 persons in attendance today at LOB who signed up with a position on 1485, 1 in favor and 1 opposed. I'm going to close the hearing on 1485. Our next hearing is scheduled for 11 o'clock, and we will reconvene then. Thank you. Oh, is that, let's just see if it, oh, yeah, it is, actually. Okay. All right, good morning still, everyone. This is the New Hampshire House Election Law Committee. We are back in schedule for our public hearings at 11 a.m. We have scheduled HB 1470 requiring that all ballot counting devices show the number of overvotes for each race on the ballot. And with us here to introduce the bill to committee is Representative Mike Moffett. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to be here again. I was with you folks last week. I brought my nameplate because I'm bouncing around between 3 different committees, and I'm going to egress as soon as I offer these remarks, but I will be followed by at least 1 or 2 people who have some very good knowledge of this issue. For the record, again, my name is Representative Mike Moffett, representing Canterbury and Loudon. It's Merrimack District 9. So this measure is very simple, short, and sweet. And it simply amends RSA 659:73, Section 4, by inserting subparagraph J as follows. And so that would be subparagraph K, and it simply says, for each election, contest, or ballot question, the number of machine-counted overvotes. And I did send, or try to send, the entire committee electronically this testimony late last night, so you should have that. So some quick bullets. This bill is intended to provide the number of machine-counted overvotes for each race on the ballot where an electronic ballot counting device is in use. Currently, only a total number of overvotes for each machine is available, to my understanding. So the only way to see which race or races had overvotes is with recounts or a special audit by hand. So this allows every candidate to see how many machine-counted overvotes occurred in their race. And this can be very helpful in deciding whether or not to file a recount. And if we don't need a recount, then that saves, as you know, a whole lot of time and energy and expense. In Derry, in November 2020, they reported over 500 overvotes on the machine that was used exclusively for absentee ballots, which became a concern. And there's no way to know which race or races had over 500 votes that were lost in that particular machine. And again, back to Wyndham again, the audit there showed that folded ballots are a problem, and that's the measure that I introduced to this committee last week regarding folded ballots. In this case, attributed to ballots not being folded the right way. So this bill, if it had been in effect earlier, would have shown the miscount in Wyndham was mostly for the representative race and would have saved needing to count all the other races. This bill would not apply to hand count towns, nor would it apply to hand counted ballots in machine count towns and cities and voting areas. So this bill is important if we continue to use ballot counting machines. I know there's a measuring to do away with them, and that's something this committee will deal with. But especially if we continue to put folded ballots into these machines, this bill becomes even more important. And I'll try to take one question while I'm here, if there is one.
Are there any questions for Representative Moffett, who clearly has had enough of the Election Law Committee this morning? All right, Representative Gallen. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative Moffett, thanks for being here. Could you explain to me what an overvote is?
Sure. When the ballots are counted, oftentimes you have a certain number of registered voters, and overvotes are, particularly with basically it's a function of machines. The number of votes don't line up. They're not in sync with the number of voters. And there'll be someone following me. I know Alvin C., who's here a lot, had worked with me on the language list. He can speak to that as well. with regard to exactly what the overvote issue involves and how it's constituted or defined. Not the best answer, but there's other folks coming. And I thank you so much for your flexibility. Actually, you're right on time. So
Thank you for coming, Representative.
thank you, and I will step off.
All right, the only other pink card I have for this is Alvin C. If Alvin is set to go, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Alvin C. I live in Loudon. I'm here speaking for myself and no organization. And let me start off with the overvote is, say for governor, it says vote for no more than one. If you vote for two, that's an overvote. For, say, a representative race where it says vote for no more than 4, if you vote for 5, that's an overvote. If you vote for 3, that's an undervote.
And so, Alvin, Mr. C, just to continue the description for people who are not aware, because I think generally committee members are, what happens when there's an overvote in a machine?
In the machines, if it senses an overvote that you voted for too many, it just shows that it records that as a 0 for that office. So if it thinks you voted for 5, which was more than the 4 you should have voted for, then none of those 4 get a vote. If you undervote if you undervoted and only put in 3 of the 4 names counted. When ballots are hand counted, the effect of an overvote is still the same. It negates that whole race.
The reason being that the voter's intent cannot be determined. Okay, I just want to make sure we are all talking about the same thing as we proceed. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, and in the case of Wyndham, there were the machine, because the ballots were folded through the target ovals, that's where the machine misinterpreted some of those as votes or not votes. And as far as the hand counted ballots, whether it's a hand count town or a machine count town, the hand counted ballots there, we're not worried about those because those will have already had human eyes looking at them, trying to determine voter intent. And I'd like to suggest that this should also apply to the new ballot counting devices that the town of Milford recently received permission to test this year. Those machines will actually take a digital image of the ballot and then process the digital result to find where the votes were and give a result. But we need to find any quirkiness in the new machines before they get too far in use. And also the effective date, if this bill passes, it should be for this year's state primary and general election. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions from committee members? Representative Hamblett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. C, for taking
Yeah,
Thank you.
Great.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. C, for taking my question. I'm still confused.
can you
because-
pull the mic a little closer? I'm just being sort of worried about things being picked
Can you hear
up.
me now?
Yeah, now that's a little better.
Okay, I'm confused because the AccuVote machines that we use in Portsmouth do count the overvotes. So what is it that I'm missing here?
All right. In the case of the way the AccuVote machines are currently programmed, it gives you a summary of any overvotes on the entire ballot. So you don't know whether it was for state rep or for governor or county commissioner. It just says at the top on the header that there were so many people voted, there were so many total overvotes counted, but it doesn't say which office. What this is doing is to have the machines programmed so that for each office, it would not only give you the vote count for each of the candidates, plus any write-ins and number of blanks, because some people don't vote for all offices, but it would also add in there the number of overvotes that the machine counted in that particular race. So it'll tell you if there's overvotes for president or governor or state rep or county commissioner. And you can use that information if you lose a race by, say, 50 votes and you see there's 75 overvotes recorded, it'd be worth your while to ask for a recount.
Follow up?
Yeah, follow up. So, but I thought that they do list the overvotes for each race. So you mean they should list the overvotes for each candidate?
Yes, well, for each race. For governor, it would say how many overvotes there.
Right.
If you got 2 candidates for governor, it doesn't say how many overvotes for Sununu and how many overvotes for Felties.
Okay, so you mean for each candidate
Well,
as opposed to each race?
No, it would be each race.
for each race.
Because you can't,
Yeah.
just with the committee's, it's a governor's race, Sununu and Feltis.
Yes,
Somebody fills out both ovals.
yes.
It will have a total for Sununu, a total for Feltis. Those would be the ballots with one clear bullet filled in. One
Yes,
clear-
yes.
And then it will say blanks,
Yes.
and it will have a number. So it can't do it by candidate. It has to do it by race. Because the tally is by race, not by individual.
Okay, I thought we do it by race already, but maybe
No, I think
Remembering
the testimony is we do not do it by race. It's a total at the top of the tape for the machine.
That's correct.
Right.
And also, this should include any ballot questions, should there be any.
Okay, thank you very much.
Further questions? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. C, for taking the question. So the older machines that are in use, the Active Vote and some of the others, are they set up, can they be programmed to do that, to give the breakdown for each race?
Yes, in the fiscal report on this bill, the second paragraph, the Secretary of State's office indicated that the machines are capable of this. It's just that the state, for whatever reason, had chosen not to implement that. Most other states do report this.
Further questions from committee? Representative? Oh, it was? Okay. Representative Hamer.
Yeah, I have a copy of the tape from our last election in Manchester, Ward 10. Blanks is the first item in that the Ward 10 School Committee, which my husband was the winner, blanks was 151, my husband 752, and then the other candidate was 666. Write-ins 2. So isn't that the blanks for that office?
Right, so the blanks, as my understanding, includes people who didn't vote, right? Because you have a right to not vote, and the overvotes. So the blanks is the equivalent, and the Secretary of State's here, I'm sort of looking over here, is the blanks is essentially the number of ballots for which there was no vote recorded, either because the voter did not fill it out at all, or it was filled out in a manner that the machine determined there were too many choices made.
Okay.
And right now, the way the tape is presented, you can't tell the difference between where the voter intentionally did not fill in a circle or did it incorrectly.
Okay.
Am I getting that right?
That's perfect.
Okay,
The machine doesn't have the ability to determine voter intent.
right.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none? Thank you for your testimony. Also signed up to speak on 1470 is Ken Eyring.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't have too much to add. I agree with everything that was said. For me, this is an election integrity issue, and after the November 3rd election, as I mentioned yesterday, a lot of people on both sides of the fence, this is really nonpartisan, have expressed concerns and wanting to make sure that we tighten up our elections so that voters will have confidence in them. I live in Wyndham, so I'm very familiar with what took place there regarding the elections and the enormous amount of overvotes on one of our machines. And those overvotes were caused by, ballot folds being in the wrong place. Now, this bill won't address the issue of making sure that those particular malfunctions in the machine will correct the results of a particular election because the paper tapes are printed at the end of the day. But what it does do is it makes it very clear some more details as to why the overvotes occurred and where they occurred. So it allows election officials in each town, if there are an exorbitant amount of overvotes, to troubleshoot and see where the issues are. And in Wyndham, we had one machine that had an enormous amount of overvotes, 292. So for 292 people who went in and voted, assuming that all of those were machine malfunctions, and I would bet that a vast majority of them were, that it would have been very, very helpful to know at the end of the day, that all of those overvotes, or a vast majority of them, were related to the state rep race. And when you go and you look at Secretary of State Bill Gardner at the time and Secretary Scanlon, who was here, they ran the recount and I was there. And their results, and they handled that very, very well, their results showed that there was approximately 300 votes for every Republican candidate, plus or minus 3 votes, that were not awarded to the Republican candidates on election day by the machines. And then the leading Democrat candidate was awarded an extra 99 votes on election day. So there was a swing from a losing margin of 24 votes on election day to 420 votes after the recount. And like I said, this is not just this is not a partisan issue, because if you go to a town like Sandown, it appears that the same type of issue happened there. And so we have to, but in favor of the Republicans, because as I'm sure you know, the ballots are set up with 3 columns, and the party in each column, it's a third, a third, a third, and they shift every year. And according to the audit that took place on the Wyndham machines, trying to figure out what was wrong with the problem, they discovered that the particular machine that had this issue, it had more of a susceptibility to have the issue in the center column. And so, to wrap this up, I just believe it would be very, very helpful it's a tool, essentially, for our moderators, that they can then, after the fact, go and have somebody look at this, and they can actually, determine whether or not there's issues. And as Mr. C pointed out, it also would make it a tool for the candidates, because in the case of Wyndham, where there was an enormous amount of overvotes, if you're all running for election, whether if you lose by a certain number and the overvotes are some magnitude greater than that, you know that there's a potential for the machines to have failed, and it's only right for you to then go and ask for a recount to make sure that the votes were counted properly by the machines. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate everything that you do for our state.
Any questions from committee members? I'm seeing none, thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Chow Kelly. Morning.
Good morning, Chairman Griffin. Thank you for giving me the time to speak about this one. Prior to November 3rd election, I have no clue what an overvote means. And I attended that 15 days of the forensic audit of Wyndham. I've learned a lot along the way. And I saw many familiar faces here that circle that place too, because I did not know that the machine can take your ballot, but it doesn't count. And with the amount of like 300 per candidate in Wyndham, without a hand recount, you wouldn't know what happened. And the person who requested that recount is a Democrat, even though the Republican won there. So these machines have problem. And I testified last week that I would prefer to get rid of all of the voting machine, because if people have the result less than a certain margin, they wouldn't do the recount. You wouldn't imagine that it would be like 300 without that SB, whatever the bills, to have that recount. So preferably we get rid of all the machine. If it has to be still there, then please sort it out so that we know which machine, because I've circled a lot of elections after that, and there's certain machine placed a certain place in the election that is meant just to feed absentee ballots and other ballots. And from what I hear, which I cannot verify, there's a lot of funny businesses going on. And in election integrity, that is why I've been camping here for the last few days and last week, because I lost faith in our election process, and I don't believe that my vote matters anymore. So that's why we need to take these small steps to allow the people in that process at that time to check, and at the end of the result of the election, the public and the candidate have the tool to determine. And somehow in the future, if the candidate choose not to have the recount, the public who support those candidates should have the ability to do so. Because right after the election in November, I asked many people to do recount, and they say, no, we don't want to do that because we have to rerun. Why? The result's not right. Doesn't matter how many times you run, it's not going to be right. If there's something wrong in there that we don't fix, which we did not check, we could not check it. So the public should have the ability to inspect it, because the candidate afraid of their reputation and that stigma or whatever that going on with it, so they won't risk that. But we, the people, lost that vote, and that's faith. So we need to be able to inspect to make sure that it's accurate. So I ask you to please support this bill so that, we can slowly restore the faith of the voters and to keep us fit with the first in the nation status. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. Thank you for testimony.
Thank you.
That was the last speaker I had signed up on HB 1470. There were persons who signed up remotely in position on 1470. I have a list of 16 individuals who signed up in support, 2 opposed, and 1 neutral. Thank you, Representative Terosian. And there was also someone signed up to speak in favor of it. Signed up on the blue sheet in favor, who also spoke. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing on 1470. I'm sorry, yeah?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if I could get one quick question answered by the Secretary of State.
Sure. So I haven't quite closed the hearing. How's that? Ignore what I just said. I can say whatever time I want in this room, and I can reopen something that might have just for a nanosecond been closed. If if the Secretary of State or another member of the office wants to come up to, why don't you tell us what the question is, and then they can decide who should come up to
Madam
answer.
Chairman. The question is, one of the things that was said in the testimony was that this is just a programming issue for existing machines. Is that correct, or do we need to change our machines?
That was, if you were just watching, that was what you would refer to as passing the buck, I think, down there between those three individuals. So let's see. I just gave it a little more time for the short straw to come forward. All right.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. As far as your question, Representative, I know within the fiscal note it did state that we would have to definitely verify with LHS that it can definitely be turned on for each machine. Even as a clerk, I don't remember whether or not it was able to be turned on to the machine, so it's a question that I definitely would want to pose to our vendor.
So do you think you could pose that question
Yes.
to the vendor so we have an
definitely
answer?
will.
Okay.
Yes, and we'll get back to the committee. Thank you. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Anything else on 1470? Thank you, and I apologize for closing that a little too early. The next bill that we have scheduled here in committee is 1457, relative to the chain of custody of ballot boxes after election. Is there anybody here for 1457? Here comes the prime sponsor. Okay, great. Right on time. Pink card, and you're on. Target, you can pass it in afterwards. Why don't you have a seat? Because I know you've got other stuff going on too. So welcome to the Election Law Committee. This is 1457, relative to the chain of custody of ballot boxes after an election. And with us to introduce the bill is the prime sponsor of the bill. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, the members of the committee. I am Michael Yakubovich from Hooksett, representing Merrimack 24, and I'm presenting the bill about the chain of custody of the ballots and the boxes. So this must be a very fun committee. I couldn't exit into the hall the other day from my committee. But I'm not here to talk about fraud or fake or any elections, anything like that. I'm here to talk about transparency, accountability, and reproducibility. This is what happens after the election. The voters' ballots get stored in boxes. The boxes get stored in towns. There's no uniformity. Every town does their own thing. They may be stored. They may not be stored. Somebody may be singing on them. Who knows what. So there's a bunch of bills coming forward probably that deal with audits and recounts for the ballots. So I believe it's in our best interest to keep those ballots and boxes secure after the election so we can look at them, we can reproduce the results. So my bill calls for the storage of these boxes, for the boxes to be safely moved to probably Concord to a secure location so they can be kept there after the election. This way we can provide the utmost care for the boxes. We can satisfy the voters that everything possible is being done to the ballots as submitted. In a couple of elections in this recent cycle, Bedford is a prime example where ballots were discovered after the election, months after the election. The public only learned about such instances a year down the road. This is really irresponsible. My bill would prevent that. That's about all I have. The only change or the only concern that I have in the bill is that it, in the fiscal note, they say that the boxes will be stored in perpetuity, permanently, and that's not something I desired. But so I am for storing of boxes for up to 2 years. I think the way it's done today, so that they don't need to be stored permanently. That obviously will require unlimited space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it wasn't your intent to change the storage requirement, the time period?
No, no, it
Okay.
was not.
All right. Questions from committee members? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for coming and introducing the bill.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Ken Eyring.
Hi, thank you again for the chance to speak on this. When I first read this bill a few months ago, or whenever, yeah, a few months ago, I was up in the air because I'm a true believer in local control. And I think that having our ballots in multiple places, you know, under different people, I think that helps normally with election integrity. But after the report from the AG's office and the Secretary of State's office that was sent out, the letter that was sent to local election officials in Wyndham regarding their handling of the November 3rd, 2020 election, it's an 11-page report. It identifies multiple violations of law, multiple violations of the procedures for handling the ballots and running the election, and it's very disturbing. And I think that in light of that, my opinion has shifted towards it might be better to have our ballots overseen by the Secretary of State's office because it would allow them to see some of these issues firsthand. For instance, and I'm going off the top of my head, so if you read the report or if you read the report and I get some of these things wrong, it's just the intent that I'm trying to infer. But I think there were half a dozen boxes that weren't even sealed properly. There were others that didn't have the security tape on them. There were others that didn't have signatures on the security tape. I mean, these are severe, in my opinion, violations of the law because you want to ensure that when the ballots go into the boxes and then they're sealed, that they're sealed and with tamper-proof tape so that you can have some kind of confidence that they're being stored and handled properly. And, you know, I don't mean to be critical of anybody in particular. I'm just citing what was written in their report. And there are issues there. So in the sense of if you have each town transfer those boxes up to the Secretary of State's office and there are any irregularities with the handling of the ballots and the boxes, the Secretary of State's office would be immediately aware of that, and they could notify the town, and they could provide proper training to make sure that in the future those ballots were handled properly, the boxes were sealed properly with all the, you know, tamper-proof tape and all the signatures and whatnot. So that's all I had to offer. You know, thank you again for your time.
Questions from committee members? Mr. Eyring, I actually have a couple, since you volunteered that you're from Wyndham and you're aware of the 11-page letter. One of the things in Wyndham that was found is that the boxes that were provided by the Secretary of State's office to package, store the ballots in after they were used were not used. And the Wyndham officials swore that those boxes were not delivered until after the election. And in fact, the letter discloses that there's a receipt that they were delivered days before the election. Would your bill correct that kind of conduct?
Well, you know,
it's not your bill. Would this bill
No,
correct that kind of conduct?
well, it would make the state officials aware immediately that the boxes were not used. You know,
Okay.
Clearly they were delivered on time because they have receipts. So, you know, whatever happened in Wyndham, whatever the reasons are they didn't use it, I can't speak on that. But that's one of the violations. You know, our law says you have to, you know, our town officials, election officials, have to use the boxes that are provided by the Secretary of State, and they weren't. So in addition to the other issues I brought up, they didn't use the proper boxes as well. And then the Secretary of State's office could address that type of issue immediately and make sure in the future that they are used, because there's reasons for all of these laws. They add to the integrity of our elections and the storage of the ballots.
So that you would have the same response in regards to the failure to seal the boxes properly and the failure to sign the seal on the boxes properly.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, that's really disturbing. I'm really disturbing. You know, there's absolutely no reason why our ballots, once they're put into permanent storage, which is on election night, and opened currently only in the event of a recount, they should be stored as defined by law, and that was not followed. So in essence, I look at this as a tool for ensuring that our ballots are stored properly and that they're given the type of due diligence according to the law. And it puts the Secretary of State's people in a position where they can help. I'm not looking to penalize anybody or to say that, you know, people should be removed from their positions.
Why not, I guess I have to ask.
Well,
The state incurred thousands and thousands of dollars in costs for an audit that appears to have been caused by people not doing their job.
I'm glad you said that. In the case of Wyndham, I have a different opinion. But for this bill, I'm not looking there, I'm not trying to suggest that the Secretary of State's office should be there with an iron fist and come down on all the towns. Because there's gonna be, you know, human error. People have, you know, they make mistakes. We all make mistakes. It's a tool to help ensure that our ballots are gonna be properly managed. And I think that this is a good idea. And I didn't feel strongly about that until I saw that report. And if you haven't read the report, I strongly suggest that you take time to read it. It's 11 pages, but it's a pretty quick read.
Committee members have a copy of it. Thank you. Any further
Thank you,
questions
Tim.
for Mr. Eyring? And thank you all for indulging the chair. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. I know that you've been very active in that situation in Windham. My question is, do you think that there's awareness in your community that there is an upcoming election? I mean, I don't live in Windham, so I'm assuming there is, because there is in Derry. Is there an upcoming election for clerk and moderator? And is there a lack of awareness in your community that other people can run for those positions? And what's happening?
Well, I don't know who's going to run. I believe one of our moderator positions is open. And I don't believe currently that a lot of people in Wyndham are aware of the issues, but I intend to do my best to make sure that people are aware by just putting out the facts and letting people come to their own conclusions. But as Chairwoman Griffin pointed out, it was an enormous endeavor to go through what we went through, trying to figure out what happened, with the election results from 11/3 and then all of the subsequent irregularities. And it's not just that. There are other issues regarding with how the elections are run, but that's not germane to this bill, so I won't bring them up.
Thank you. Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Eyring.
much.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Christina Guilford. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. Christina Guilford, Derry Town and School Moderator. I actually wasn't going to speak on this bill, but the more I look at it, the more I have an issue here. And it's probably a very easy issue to correct. There is something here in this bill that when a absentee ballot comes in late, that the clerk should just destroy it. They enter in an election net and they destroy it. And I do not think that anything of this nature should be destroyed. I mean, we're talking about election integrity here. That's what everybody wants. I think that either the town clerk should retain them for whatever the holding period is, or something should be worked out. But just to have the say-so of the town clerk, yep, it came in late, rip up an envelope. I mean, somebody still voted, even if it came in late and it didn't get counted. It should still be held with everything else. I don't like just destroying them and throwing them in the trash. It just seems wrong.
Thank you. Questions for members of the committee? Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm just curious, as far as what this would do if there were a local recount, if you're shipping your ballots all the way to the Secretary of State's office.
Well, at this point in time, we don't send any ballots for local elections to the Secretary of State's office. If they all go to Concord, then I guess the Secretary of State's office would have to handle any local recounts. They would have the ballots.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I think this bill is just for state and general elections, but I might have missed that.
Further questions? Representative Barry.
Just more of a clarifying. I think it's the line 2 of the bill in any state election. I guess in any state election. So I believe this only deals with state elections. I can't speak for the sponsors, but.
Well, I think somebody from the Secretary of State's office is going to testify, and I'd like clarification of that because that first paragraph of the bill deals with absentee votes, so the actual transport, I want to make sure we need clarification on what that applies to. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Chow Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I saw this is a big problem at the Wyndham audit. It's because the first day, all those boxes that got in there, one of the observer, Linda Brown, from I think Sandown, she was checking and tried to take picture of all these boxes to compare to the list, the change of custody list. And there's this one box that had the same number with another box. And she has been trying to ask all these officials, the 3 auditors there, for that whole time. And I have video, eyewitnesses, because like I said, I was there every day for 15 days, from open to close. She's been trying to get them to clarify that, and they couldn't, they wouldn't. They keep avoiding her. So on the last day, she stopped Secretary of State Garner and talked to him and asked him to help her identify that box. She had pictures she printed out in color. I had the whole video of that. I posted on YouTube. People watching it, and let me tell you what, the faith in the elections like just go sinking down. And he promised to try to get it back to her, but there's nothing back, okay? So it's a big problem with the change of custody, because if you have, let's say, 20 boxes in, all the supplies and all the ballots, and now you have a box that has the same number with the other one, then what's in that box? We don't know. You know? So if the input is not correct, it's wrong, then the result output is not going to be correct. How can you do a forensic audit when you cannot verify all this as an observer? I was there, and to be honest with you, I have no clue what to look for as I walk in there myself. In the first week, the visibility on the screen, you cannot see anything. It's chaotic in there. It's zigzag all over the place. You cannot see anything. So this change of custody is an issue that we need to support this Bill 1457 to make it clear. And I've attended right after November election, I've attended helping with the recount, or 1 or 2 of the recounts, and a few more right after that. And you know, those boxes of ballots sitting there are piling on each other. The tape, the red tape that you think that if you open, it will rip the thing. No, you peel it open and you can just put it right back over. So like, what's the point of these red tape that you put it over to seal that you can just open like it's no seal? What's the point of those seals, right? And then in the Bedford election, special election a few months ago, I was there trying to observe it. It's way at the end, you cannot see, and only one guy tried to like get all the ballots out by himself. and do whatever in the back we cannot see because way at the end by himself. Who watching all those things? Do we know for sure if all the ballots out of that box, of that machine? No. And then it went over to this table, and then some people go over there, do something, box something, put at the bottom, on the floor, and then somebody else come over and do that, and I keep watching those boxes because to me those are goals. Whatever the result is, we have to rely on these boxes of ballots to ensure that we have the right result. But the change of custody of handling the ballots during the process is so confusing. There's no double checking. And I attended the Derry special election that Tina was there. And I say, she's doing a great job because you know what? She invited all the people, the candidate and media and the public to stand close to as they get the ballots out of the machine and show to us it's empty, you know? So it's transparent process. Whatever the result comes out, we accept that. Winning or losing, it doesn't matter. It matters that our vote does matter. That's what's important. That's why I'm here. And a majority of my friends that they cannot make it to be here, we honor it together, really. And speaking for the faith of the voters in our state, really, we have no faith after November 3rd election.
Thank you, Chow Kelly. So
Thank
you're
you.
in support of this bill?
Definitely.
Okay,
Please.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
And are there any questions from committee members? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching this process as much as you have and bringing more attention to this process. Have you been able to watch the process of the boxes being sealed, the ballot boxes being sealed in your own community during elections in your own community, and how did that go?
I'm in media, so on election day, I'm usually running all over the places to cover them, okay? And I go and help people go to vote. On 20-some years, I always ask people to go register vote and help them to go vote. So I'm all over the places. So I cannot attend my local town, but I attend a Republican meeting recently, and we've learned from the Republican Party that we can have two, it's called ballot inspector or something like that, challenger. The party can appoint a two-person that we can go inside the ring to inspect that.
This bill has to do with transport of boxes after the election. So
Yeah.
that's what we need to focus
So
on.
yeah, so I couldn't observe that, Catherine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from committee members? Not seeing any, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you
Also-
for your time.
Also signed up to speak is Secretary Scanlon for information purposes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And I would just like to say on this piece of legislation that it really goes to the heart of probably the biggest problem that we have facing elections now, and that is trying to get a handle on the decline in voter confidence in the election process. And to reestablish that, we are going to have to take steps to make sure that the general public, the voters in our state, can understand how we are protecting and preserving ballots after the election is over to their satisfaction so that they can have faith in the process. We do have chain of custody with ballots at the current time. It certainly is not perfect. We train local election officials on that process, but we also have a very high turnover on a regular basis with election officials, and they have to learn these things as they come on board. Those of you that have attended recounts and have seen the boxes of ballots that we are going to count at a recount have the red security tape on them. Probably 80% of them, maybe more, are properly sealed as we train them, but there is always a percentage of boxes that don't quite meet the standard that we would like to see at an election. Some of the ways that we can resolve that, and I think we are going to implement this, is just have spot visits
on a regular basis, hitting as many town clerks as possible, where we or the Attorney General's office or both of us just show up unannounced and ask to see how these materials are being stored. And we can grade them on that and help them address any deficiencies that might be out there. The other part of this is that, you know, we are not afraid to store all of these materials at the state archives, but I can tell you that that would be a monumental process to make happen. And whenever we go out now and collect ballots from the municipalities for a recount, and we bring in a lot of boxes, even though it's a relatively small percentage of the ballots that may have been used statewide, number one, we make sure that the boxes are properly sealed. Number two is that we put a barcode on each box and identify the contents so that we can keep track of those boxes once they leave the clerk's office and we receive them at the archives and store them on shelves. That allows us to be able to go back and retrieve those boxes when the time for the recount comes. To have a provision in the statute where within 48 hours, all materials associated with the election have to be delivered to the archives is just an unrealistic expectation. We'd need the National Guard, I think, to pull that off, and even then it would be difficult. One of the persons that testified earlier talked about the destruction of absentee ballots that are received by the clerk in a federal election, which would be our state elections, have to be preserved for a period of 22 months. And in the case of absentee ballots, when they are rejected and receiving them after the deadline is a reason for rejection, we have to actually record those in ElectionNet, and the voter themselves can actually look up on our website the status of their absentee ballot, and they should be able to see that it was received after the election and that it was not counted because it was rejected for that purpose. But bottom line is, I believe the federal law applies to preserving those ballots for 22 months. And then the third issue, and the sponsor said that it wasn't his intent to require the permanent preservation of those ballots, but if we can't destroy them after the 22-month period, and after all, you know, legal issues have been settled with any recounts or appeals or anything like that, that if we're unable to destroy those ballots, then they're just going to sit around. And, you know, even though we recently put a new addition on the archives, we have plenty of space now, but I can tell you during an election cycle, we would bring in, it could be as many as 5,000 boxes per election cycle, and that space will fill up in a hurry, and you know, we'll have to look at other alternatives. Bottom line, I think that this is a discussion that we need to have, and I think that there are things that we can do relative to chain of custody that will certainly help the general public understand the process better and have more confidence in how that process works. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee for Secretary Scanlon. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. And I like what you said about doing spot visits and checking how boxes are prepared by local officials. Can we talk about the November 2020 general election? And in general, what grade would you give to election officials throughout the state? And what grade would you give to Windham election officials for how they prepared boxes in the November 2020 general election?
Well, some towns and cities do better than others, and if I had to put a grade to that statewide, it would probably be a B. Windham had their issues, and you know, I don't know that the issues are necessarily systemic in Windham. You know, we're looking at one election, and we're looking at an election that was really unique in many ways. And I think the primary reason for issues the towns have had in 2020 is the direct result of the volume of absentee ballots that we had to deal with. In the case of Wyndham, I mean, they took a shortcut. I think they thought it was okay, and I think that their intentions were sincere, but they decided to use a letter folding machine to fold ballots, and that's what caused the problem with the oval. It was a measure that was taken to deal with the high volume of ballots. In the case of Bedford, they had a huge volume of absentee ballots, higher than the state average, and they just lost track of a stack of absentee ballots, and unfortunately that stack did not get counted, and the issues that developed out of that are what they are. But if it was a normal election, I don't know that we would have seen the same issues that we saw as a result of 2020, which was difficult because of the pandemic.
Further question?
Well, I appreciate your diplomacy and towards the town of Windham and their officials, but I've been watching this for a while, and I saw those boxes come out of Windham, and would you agree that it's not crazy to say that grade would be an F? I had to phrase it as a question.
The
so I
grade
did.
would have been lower than the state average. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Always diplomatic, Mr. Scanlon.
The teacher, every parent wants grading their child's work. Representative Barry.
Congratulations, Secretary Scanlon. That was a very political answer. For the record, I would give Wyndham an F minus. But to my point, your question, and to my point, my question at the beginning, you said voter integrity is going to be a very high priority for your office. I cannot express to you how happy that makes me. We have an issue. I've spoken to that issue several times. You said in your testimony that part of those integrity measures that we're going to take to get people comfortable voting again is going to be looking at things like this. And you said not necessarily this bill, but things concerning ballot custody. You talked about spot checking. Was that what you were referring about, other measures, or are there other measures that your office is considering concerning custody, and would it be helpful if this committee used this bill as a vehicle for those if they exist, those other measures?
I think this bill would be very appropriate for continuing to work on those measures. Spot checks is certainly part of that. There are different types of security seals that are out there, and maybe we can do better with having something that that will give confidence that once the boxes are closed after the election is over, that they haven't been opened and somehow tampered with. Right now we use red security tape. That tape is designed so that if it's lifted, it shouldn't stick again when it's laid back down, but also leaves an ink residue on the box, to show that the tape had moved somehow. Sometimes that tape gets disturbed just in the process of handling boxes, and if that happens, then it does create doubt in a person that's looking at that box. We are in the process now of designing different types of boxes to put different types of election materials in. So, one set of boxes might have cast ballots in it. Another set of boxes would have absentee voting materials in it. Another set of boxes might have uncast ballots that were used in the election, just to keep things separate. We also want to make sure that we start keeping boxes for each ballot counting device separate, and so that they're not all blended together. So if we can identify a problem that might be unique to one machine, that we can go to that set of ballots and try and resolve what the issues are. So I think there's a number of tools that we can use, a number of strategies, and we're open to suggestions.
Further questions, Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also congratulations, Secretary Scanlon. You had mentioned earlier that when boxes come in for a recount, that 80%, roughly 80% of the boxes have proper chain of custody procedures with a sealing or labeling or whatever. Is that correct?
Yeah, don't hold me to the 80%. The point I was trying to make is that, that most of the boxes are properly dealt with, and it's a direct result of the training that we do with local election officials. But there are always a percentage of boxes that come in that don't meet the standard. Whenever we pick the boxes up, and whenever there's a recount, we always send our staff out with a state van to go out and pick the boxes up. We will, number one, make sure that the box is secure so that there aren't any loose flaps where things can fall out of or be slipped in. And then once they're secure, we put a barcode label on them so that we can identify that box. We put it on a log so that when it leaves the clerk's office, the clerk signs off on it. And then when it's received at the state archives, the state archivist or the records manager will sign off that we've actually received those boxes. So we have an inventory identified by barcode and then a listing of what the contents are supposed to be in each box. That's the basic process. It has worked all these years, but I think we can enhance it and make it more secure.
Thank you, and follow up.
Further
Madam Chair?
question?
And I appreciate that clarification, and I understand that the 80% is sort of an estimate, but it was an estimate that concerns me greatly because 20% not having complete and accurate chain of custody is a lot. If it's 10%, it's a lot. And so I appreciate some of the procedures you're talking about. I commend you for that, and the spot checks I think are extremely important. And I have voiced to you personally, and I'll say this publicly, that if there is additional funding needed for the Secretary of State's office, I'm willing to fight for it.
Thank you.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll add my congratulations since I haven't actually. When you said you supported the bill, it was with the amendments. I just want to make clear that you would, that this measure, but with the changes that you discussed.
I don't know that he said he supported the bill.
Okay.
He did not say that.
All right. So could you correct that for me so that I understand it better?
Yeah, I did not support the bill. I'm here to offer information. I think that the subject matter that the bill addresses is something that we need to have a conversation about. And
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Secretary of State, and congratulations on your. Simple question: what is within your power as Secretary of State to make adjustments to the chain of custody, and what would be required from the legislature?
I think any record keeping that we do in terms of receiving the election materials and delivering them to the archives is something that we can establish procedures for. For example, I don't think that there's anything that would prevent us, after we put the barcodes on them and make sure that they're secure, from taking photographs of every box, just so that we have a record of that. I mean, I think that's something that we could do without legislation. I think things in the bill about requiring all boxes to be delivered to the state archives for storage is something that would require legislation. Right now, the statutes only say that we bring boxes to the archives of ballots for when a recount is requested so that we can conduct that recount. Otherwise, the ballots and other election materials stay in the clerk's office, and they have to store them for the 22 months, and then they can destroy them. Now, I'm not aware of any clerks that would be unhappy if they had to give those boxes to the state, because it does open up space for them.
Further questions from the committee?
No, that's good. Thank you very much.
Representative Groen, are you all set?
Well said.
Any further questions? Thank you. I would like to say to the secretary that the Wyndham letter that we referred to made me mindful of the fact that much of what is covered by rules for other departments is in statute for the election duties of the Secretary of State's office, and I was actually quite grateful for that in reading that report, because I believe that it makes it easier to discern on the conduct of elections as to what is permissible and not. Additionally, it makes the changing of things a subject to a process that has a much more public picture to it, and I suspect is easier for you. On the other hand, I have been to the clerk trainings, and I don't want to overwhelm the statute procedural piece with what your office needs to be responsive to when you get asked questions at those trainings as to how to handle particular things, because our voting areas, the 200 plus areas that we have that conduct elections, are very different. So when you say we need to have a conversation, I appreciate that, because I don't think you want to constrain everything. As you said, 48 hours for some of these communities to do anything with ballots after election is going to be a vastly different use of resources from one community to the next. So, thank you. See, there you go. The lawyer kept talking, and now we've got more. Representative Groen.
I'm not a lawyer, but I'll follow up on that. What is the level of uniformity and control at the local level for storage of the ballots once they are boxed and sealed?
It varies widely from community to community. It just depends on what type of facilities they have. And I can tell you the uniformity has come a long way within the last 20 years. And a lot of that was brought on by the Help America Vote Act, which required the state to have uniformity with things like the voter database. Prior to that, every town or city maintained their own checklist on whatever software program they had available. Some actually still had them handwritten. But as you can imagine, the city of Manchester or Nashua probably have vaults where they can put these documents. But if you go up to Colebrook, it might be the broom closet that the clerk can just turn the key. If they have that. And so the training is that the boxes have to be properly sealed. The seals that are placed on the boxes have to be signed by the appropriate election officials, and you have to store them in a secure location. And then it's left up to the local community on just exactly what that means. But I think the spot checking idea is one that might be able to help in that regard. In terms of, we do have vital records in our division, and of course there's a lot more money that is generated through the documents that the clerks have to produce. But we were able to take some of that money and give grants to the cities and towns for better storage of their vital records information. And some of them were able to take that and design appropriate storage, get things out of the basement and things like that. And maybe something like that is as we're trying with election materials.
Okay. Follow up.
Follow up.
You implied that you don't necessarily think it's a good idea to bring all the ballots to Concord. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think they're better left at the community level, or would it be better to have a state storage facility for all these boxes?
I think as long as the election materials are stored in a box or container that is tamper evident, and that they have secure storage, that there's no reason why we cannot continue to, let the storage be in the communities. I think they have to be able to show that, that their storage and the way they're handling those is sound and secure for transparency. But I think there is a way that we can make that happen.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you,
Thank you.
Secretary Scanlon. That is the last speaker I have signed up for 1457. We did have persons sign up with a position remotely. 4 persons signed up in support of it. 21 persons signed up opposed to it. And we had 3 persons sign up here in the LOB. 2 of them did not speak, and they were in favor of the bill. That concludes all the input that I have on 1457. I will close the public hearing, and this committee is now in recess for lunch. Our next event begins at 1 o'clock, and that will be a hearing on HB 1522. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is still Thursday, January 20th. It is 1 o'clock somewhere. So we are going to start our afternoon hearings. The first bill that this committee has scheduled for this afternoon is HB 1522. This is requiring the use of ballots with embedded security and relative to the chain of custody of absentee ballots. And we have with us to introduce the bill to committee Representative Abrami, the prime sponsor. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, State Rep Pat Abrami, Rockingham, 19 Stratham. And I've left my testimony on the table, and there's another document with some pictures on it. That's one of the other speakers also left her stuff on the table as well. This bill is about security and chain of custody of ballots. With all the concerns surrounding election integrity, this bill suggests some straightforward ways in which all voters can feel even more confident about our election integrity. If the state were a bank or other business that relied on utmost security and accuracy of information, we as a state would have most likely adopted these types of practices long ago. Madam Chair, a new poll conducted by IPSOS just a couple of weeks ago, actually, and published by ABC News this month reaffirms that we already know what we already know, that Americans' faith in the integrity of election system remains shaken, with only 20% of the public saying it's very confident about the system. This is a citizen-wide issue, irrespective of party. 70% of Democrats, 80% of independents, and 87% of Republicans do not feel very confident in the election process. We need to address that with some fundamentals here in New Hampshire. New Hampshire plays a very unique role in the country. We are first in the nation, and with this responsibility, we should be best in class in our election practices. This bill we are bringing forward is to straighten out controls and increase process transparency. This will result in improving the integrity of the election process and instilling confidence in our election results to our citizens and country. I want to pause here and just say I've known our former Secretary of State very well, and he's probably the man of the most integrity in the State House for so many years. And he did a great job all those years. But I think now we're in 2000, we're in the 21st century now in terms of technology. I think we can improve upon some of our technology that we're using. So the bill addresses 4 areas. First is the upgrade of ballot technology. With the growth of absentee ballots, it is imperative we upgrade our ballot technology and make this part of our DNA. This includes review and recommendation of improvements every 5 years by the Secretary of State's office. In addition, this bill would upgrade our paper ballots to include watermarked paper, magnetic inks, and other available tools to limit counterfeit ballots. Second thing it addresses, it's the tightening of the business controls. We should centralize design and supply selection of ballot printing with the Secretary of State and AG. We should strictly manage the number of ballots issued and unissued with towns. Ballots should be reconciled before and after the election with every ballot accounted for. We should use separation of duties with towns managing the ordering and storage of ballots and envelopes, while the Secretary of State manages the supplier and the recounts. And finally, absentee ballots that do not meet the residency or identification requirements of RSA 657:7 Roman 2 will have a time to cure. The voter will be notified by the clerk of deficiencies. The voter will have up to the close of the polls to cure after the election or the vote that was rejected. And then if not cured, the vote would have to be rejected. The third major area is increased ballot security. Ballots should be stored in locked, encrypted storage areas with access controls implemented, including video surveillance and access logs. And the final issue is transparency. We should allow the public viewing of digital copies of the ballots processed to enable citizen audit within 8 hours of the close of the polls. Madam Chair, I'm sure the committee will review each component of this bill and support the whole or pieces that you deem the most feasible to adopt. The work on this bill was researched by a group led by Brenda Town, who is here today and will be testifying. And I hope after the reps and senators speak that you bring her up next, because she is the one who has the answers to your questions. So please defer to her. And in addition, I just found out that I have to be back on Ways and Means to open up the 1 o'clock.
Yep, that's fine. Who did you ask that you wanted to testify next, Representative Abrami?
Brenda Town.
Okay.
Although we have one other rep that wants to testify,
Yeah,
just so you know.
all right, I just wanted to make sure that.
Okay.
I had
Thank you,
that.
Madam Chair, and thank you, committee.
Okay, thank you. Given his need to leave, I'm not going to ask the committee if they have any questions. Also signed up to speak on this is Brenda Town. Well, I just asked Representative Abrami who we wanted to go next. Representative, are you good? Okay, sorry. There you go.
Well, thank you very much. I wanted to be respectful. And thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for hearing me today. As I may have met you guys last week,
Yeah.
I spoke, and so you know I'm a military mom, and I'm a grandma, and I ran a business here in New Hampshire. I was the controller of a large division of Hewlett-Packard, and I today manage an operations unit for a contract manufacturer. So I got this kind of crazy background, and it helps inform me of all of the different things that raise a passion in me. And election has become that passion. And as Representative Abrami said to you guys, I started working with a large group of citizens to do a citizens audit on the state after the 2020 election, because we wanted to see how we were doing. And so as part of that effort, we've got about 7,000 folks who follow us on multiple platforms and social media and contribute to the work that we are doing to perform the audit. We've done about 243 FOIA requests in order to gather information. We have the machine tapes on pretty much every town, and we've done a lot of work with the towns on pulling their information and helping them understand the information. And what I really wanted to say is that I want the clerks and the townsfolk to know that we appreciate everything that they do. In no way, coming to check a process, are we saying that there's something that anyone's doing wrong. Instead, the more work we do, the more we really appreciate the level of effort and integrity that the teams have. And so we brought this bill forward because we really believe process improvement, which is what we do in manufacturing, would really help our town team. And one of those areas of process improvement is segregation of responsibilities and improving the security of things. So I wanted to just talk to you a little bit about our responsibility of making sure our election, our votes and ballots are treated like cash. I think we would all appreciate having that level of rigor. And also the importance of us being first in the nation. We have a lot of people watching what we do, and we set the tone for the rest of the elections rolling through. So we take that real seriously. So what we found through our process is that we have ballots that are printed by our towns and are managed by our towns. I actually personally printed my son's military ballot and mailed it to him at Camp Lejeune and had him mail it in. And so through the process, what we found is that the printing of ballots is really inconsistent across our state. Different papers, different ways of accessing the ballots, people using the town printers or even going to Staples. So from an integrity standpoint, we really don't have one standard on how we print those ballots, as well as we have no way as a state to recognize whether all the ballots went out were all the ones that came back in. We can't reconcile that. And if that was your bank account, you'd be a little bit nervous that they couldn't tell you where the money went. And so we were asking in this bill to increase the security of the ballots themselves, as well as the process in which we manage them. We're also looking for increased security on the storage of those ballots. And included on the handout that I gave you are pictures of the ballots that were splashed all over the news when the Wyndham town was audited. And you'll notice there's just giant gaps in plastic, in paper boxes, and tape has been sealed and unsealed. And so from an overall security standpoint, we really are lacking in that space. And we owe it to the citizens of New Hampshire to treat their ballots as though they had just done a deposit in the bank. So if anything ever needs an audit, we have that source material. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about canvassing and what we found in canvassing. So I led the canvassing efforts, and again, some high-level stats are there. We haven't completed our work. We're almost done. But I wanted to show the committee that these are all signed affidavits from people who have gone out to canvass our towns. And what we found on average of the people who answered the door, 15% of those folks didn't actually cast the ballot. So there's a gap, and so what we're asking the committee to do is to help us in this one area to close the gap on ballot security. And that involves both as I said, the printing of them and giving them out to our citizens, as well as the way that we store them when we get them back. The last part of this bill that is really urgent is the transparency aspect. From somebody who went and helped the team do the citizens audit, what we found is disconnects in a lot of the data that we collected. What was on the Secretary of State's database was not the same thing that the towns had, and unfortunately, we had no visibility into the ballots to triangulate all that stuff. And I know that there was a huge turnout last week of people concerned, truly concerned about our voting machines, and to provide this transparency of all of the ballots that were processed, that would enable a citizen to complete this audit and would allow us to have a level of confidence that the whole process could be tightly managed. I'm sure there are more things to address, but I looked at this as an opportunity to set some of the macro level business controls in place and to create a corrective action and continuous improvement process, which is what we do in manufacturing. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them for you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Representative Groen.
Thank you. So one of the changes in here is to have previously it said ballots shall be prepared and delivered by the Secretary of State. Now it says ordered by political subdivision from supplier determined by the Secretary of State. Why that change?
So what we were trying to do is, again, separation of duties. So the Secretary of State would have the responsibility of the design and the selection of the supplier and the ballots. The towns would then be responsible for ordering their total quantity and being able to measure the amount of ballots in, amount of ballots used, amount of ballots left over, and the supplier would act as kind of that pivot point in the middle, managing the overall flow of ballots so that they could provide that reconciliation of who got what ballot. And so again, keeping it at the source was the idea.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
So would the ballots be individually identified by some barcode, or would it just be by number of ballots that each voting area received?
So there's two ways, right? The design, which would be up to the Secretary of State and AG to create, could have some kind of QR code, which some other states are recommending to allow the voter to watch their vote go through the process. In this, we left it open so that the Secretary of State could determine if we would use pure ballot count as our method to reconcile, or whether there would be more complex technology introduced into these ballots. At this point in time, a major step forward would be the total reconciliation of ballots, where they went and where they remain at the end of an election.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee?
Chair.
Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the question. Has this been used in any other state, or has this been, or in a business format? In other words, has this technology been tried and tested yet?
It's being introduced in Arizona as we speak, and I don't know if there are other states that are using it today. I know that other states do use a different methodology to trace their ballots so that they do know how many have been sent out and how many they've gotten returned. But that's a gap in our process. So it would be something that as a state, this methodology would help us to close, and it would also help us with the authenticity of the ballots that are being processed.
Follow-up.
Thank you. And what would you envision the time frame would be to, if we wanted to go down this path, to implement the changeover for all the items listed in the bill?
Well, I would anticipate that this would take probably a year for the process to be validated, and then there's obviously going to be some level of design for those ballots, and then training for our teams so that they feel confident in the process. So I'd give it a year from the date it said, okay, and that's if from the business world. I don't know the legislative world. I know that in my world, I'd give them 3 months, but I don't know what we give them here, so.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things you said in your testimony is that towns and cities are ordering ballots from all different vendors and coming up in different types of paper. State elections, the ballots are prepared under the supervision of the Secretary of State from a local printer with oversight provided by the Secretary of State. Can you explain why it would be more efficient to now have more than 200 cities and towns dealing with a single vendor instead of one office dealing with a single vendor?
Well, I believe that this gives the flexibility to the towns to manage the total count of votes. And what I've seen in the election audit that we've done is that towns would order their ballots from that location, and then they would go out if they were short and print them on their printers within their own town halls or run down to Staples. And that just happened in Greenland a couple weeks ago, and it was very public.
Follow-up.
Follow-up. Again, it sounds like you're talking about town elections, but I'll move on to another question.
Okay.
On page 2, all ballots received shall after inspection be stored in locked boxes and encrypted. There's a cost associated with that. Who's going to pay for it? The Constitution says that the legislature can't pass unfunded mandates, and so how much is it going to cost? Who's going to pay for it? Where's the funds going to come from?
Well, that's why we're going to go to the Finance Committee to do an assessment of the costs. And at this point in time, talking to Pat Abrami, we're assuming that there would be a fund created to relieve the costs to the towns from the state level.
Okay. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Further questions from the committee?
Could I add one more comment? In total, I believe that the angst in the number of FOIA requests that are being launched against our towns has grown because of this concern over business controls. So when I assess kind of the overall cost benefit of this bill, there may be cost increases in one area, but I believe that there'll be reductions in other areas. And as you can see demonstrated in the pictures of the Wyndham audit and the conditions of the security that were used to store those ballots, I think that the folks here in New Hampshire would be very anxious and willing to fund the improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On page 4, the last item under the electronic ballot counting devices, and you're adding to have a digital scan made. Do you have more? Do you have thoughts on that as to how would that be accomplished? Is that to be done centrally, or to be done by the city and town, or how would that be done?
It could be done very simply with the town, a simple scanner along with a connection to a storage device would be able to house those images. And at the end of an election, it could be uploaded to the town website. You would just need the capability of a high-speed scanner.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative. I'm drawing a blank. I have a blank, Representative Ward. Go ahead. You're too far away from me.
Get you a new prescription, I guess. But thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just had a question about your canvassing preliminary findings. You went through that kind of quickly, and I wondered if you could...
Can you get a little closer to the mic? We're just having a hard time hearing you.
Explain the canvassing procedure you did and what that you think that actually meant.
So the canvassing, first I'd like to say that anybody who went canvassing, my hat's off to them, because all the introverts in the world ran in the other direction when we sent out a request. But what the canvassing was like is we took the actual town checklists from the day of the election, and we created walk lists to make it easier to find folks who voted in neighborhoods. And then we would go knock on a door and ask them, the people at the home, hey, are you Judy Smith? And have them confirm who they were. And then we would ask if they voted in the election and if there were other folks in their household that voted. And if there were other voters, they might come and participate in the canvass, or Judy might answer for her spouse. But we went door to door to door to door. And we did almost 900 houses so far. And I haven't gotten the rest of the results in yet.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I missed some of your testimony, but are you talking about people that voted absentee and then you found that 15% of them did not return their absentee ballot?
No, there's all kinds of different scenarios that we're doing the analysis on. But what would happen is I'd knock on a door, and I would ask the person, "Hey, is Marge, Smith here?" And she'd say, "That's me." And I would ask her, "Did you vote in the 2020 election? We're just doing a canvass." And she would say, "No, I didn't vote in the election." But then town checklist said that Marge Smith voted absentee. And that would be one of the items that we would create an affidavit for.
Further questions from the committee? Representative?
I'm just curious, when you said you hit 900 homes over the course of the state, I mean, it's a huge amount. Did you target a certain community in particular? And if so, why?
We used 2 smaller towns because we thought that we would be able to get a better sense of the overall town. And we targeted 2 towns that had a higher level of turnout relative to their overall registration, because we felt that maybe there was something that was a little unusual in those towns. And so we started there. With the vast state and a small team, we just had to pick our bets and choose 2 towns that we thought we would be able to see if there were issues with.
All set? Further question? No? Representative Barry.
So I am a little confused here, because if I'm hearing you correctly, it's we have a problem. You would go to the door, you would talk to them. They would say, "I didn't vote in the election," and then they would sign the affidavit, the piece of paper. You weren't here for my affidavit speech, but they would sign the piece of paper and saying, "I did not vote in the election," and that's what you have with you today.
No, I have the canvassers' affidavits who are testifying to they went to that person's door and what the person said to them. I have the name of the voter, their address, how the record said that they voted, and what the voter told us. So those are all contained in the affidavits.
Okay. And sorry, Madam Chairman,
Follow up.
And do you intend to provide that list to either the committee, the Secretary of State's office, or the Department of Justice?
Yes, we will. We're just, as I said, unfortunately, the timing of all of these things and trying to close on it, but I will be providing all of that and provide the analysis at the top level as well.
Further questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I want to follow up on Representative Bergeron's question, because I'm still confused on how having the towns and the cities print the ballots it doesn't seem to me that it's adding that much more control, or, I mean, why isn't it or why is there a problem with the way it's done now?
So today, what we're seeing is that towns can augment their ballots by supplementing them with additional prints of ballots. And there's a lack of consistency on the overall ballot construction, the paper, the ink, the format, where they came from, and the total number. So what we're trying to do is say, look, we've found this supplier, Supplier X, who is going to be the sole source for all of our ballots. Manchester will order all their ballots from that supplier, and then those ballots will come directly to Manchester, and Manchester will manage their ballots. That supplier will then have visibility in how the total number of ballots that were issued across the state of New Hampshire. So we have data point 1. Then we have the data point of Manchester, and then all the other towns. How many ballots did they issue absentee? How many ballots did they use the day of the election for in-person voting? And how many were not used? At the end of this process, we can tie all of the numbers together to see how many total ballots were used in all of those capacities and whether they tie out to what that supplier issued. And so what we're trying to do is just triangulate the control so that we know that there aren't any excess ballots out into the citizenry to people that may not or should not be voting in our elections. Does that make sense?
That process makes sense. I guess what I'm missing, and maybe this is my own lack of knowledge, is how is it done now? From the Secretary of State, do they just ship them to Manchester, or so maybe that's what I'm missing. I don't know how it's done now and where there's a gap.
And, it is my understanding that the gap today is that not only do they get the ballots from the Secretary of State, but they are also supplementing with additional ballots should they need them in order to conduct their elections.
All right, I need a little specificity in terminology, because when you use the term "there," and for those of us who are familiar with the procedure, there are specific parties involved in this process who do this. The Secretary of State is not supplementing ballots on a local level. That is something handled by local officials under a procedure that is governed under processes that they receive training from the Secretary of State. Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, you kind of addressed the point I was going to make. The only times, or did you know, that the only times that cities or towns are authorized under state law to print additional ballots is when they run out of the ballots provided by the Secretary of State's office for state elections, and that there are very high standards for them to meet, and it's very, very rare that this ever occurs. You're making it sound like this happens all the time in all the cities and towns, and that's just not true.
I don't want to...
And I apologize, that
Right.
wasn't a question.
All right, I don't want to cast aspersions on anyone. I'll just tell you from my personal experience that for the last presidential election, I printed on my home printer the
All
ballot.
right, so for the last presidential election, you're talking about the absentee ballot process. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you actually print a ballot, or did you print an absentee ballot request?
I printed the ballot.
Okay. And were those processes established as a one-time procedure for that election, if you know?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I just, again, as somebody who's collecting
Right.
all of the moving parts and trying to see if we could put some more business controls in place, that was a reaction to that issue.
Representative Hayward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. And your answer earlier, I have trouble making this a question. The military ballots, that their procedure is you get an email, you print the PDF from the email, you fill that out and mail it in.
Right, that's a UCAVA ballot, and I understood her to just say that was an absentee ballot. So can we have some clarification? Was it a
It was a mili-
UCAVA ballot or an absentee
It
ballot?
was a military ballot.
Okay, so there are completely different federal rules governing UCAVA ballots. Continue, Representative Hayward.
Procedurally, if we're going to have watermarked ballots,
Right.
how would that work?
It would be my understanding that we would send ballots to locations where our personnel are in order to provide them, or in the case of military ballots, if that's an impossibility, that we would make a process for them to be able to participate in the vote.
For those people listening who don't know what a UCAVA ballot is, that's a special provision under federal statute to allow deployed military personnel to participate in an election, and there are actually separate, as you've just heard, separate procedures and actually certain deadlines that need to be met in order to ensure that deployed military service people can receive a ballot in time for it to be counted in the election, just for clarification.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is related to A couple of things. Either one, the town didn't order enough ballots, or maybe they ordered them too late. How would that be dealt with for the voters of that town?
Well, again, as a practice, we would probably tell our towns to order over what they would anticipate for voters in order to be able to accommodate, with the idea being that they would have leftovers in every condition. I don't know the best method if they ran out. In my world of manufacturing, we call that safety stock, and we would hold extra in reserve in anticipation that there was more of a turnout than we had historically seen.
Follow-up question. Can you please get closer to the mic? We've gotten a comment that people are not getting picked up.
Follow-up. So if that all goes wrong and a particular town doesn't have more ballots, is there, I mean, we have people who want to vote. We don't want to disenfranchise them.
That's true.
What would be the procedure for the town to get more ballots on the day of the election?
I would, if I were trying to solution it on the day of, I would be finding out if other towns had excess ballots that could be used in my town ballot, in my town elections. That's what I would do if there was a shortage. But again, I would also create a process where there was a safety stock and reserve level that each town would hold in anticipation of an increase in turnout from their historical performance. That's the way that we handle it in my world, as I said.
All set. Further questions from members of the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for coming again.
All right. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. I wish I had every answer in the planet. I don't. I'm only just a passionate citizen who is hoping for some help.
Thank you. Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I appreciate you hearing my testimony today as a co-sponsor of this bill. I'm asking that you support HB 1522. This bill requires that elections in New Hampshire be conducted, for the record, Representative Judy Aaron. I represent Sullivan County District 7. So this bill requires that elections in New Hampshire be conducted using ballots with embedded security and specifies security upgrades for ballot chain of custody during and after an election. This bill also requires validation of the eligibility of absentee ballot voters. This bill improves layers of security for our elections, which is a positive step in maintaining trust in the election process. First of all, embedded security placed in our printed ballots maintains the integrity of the voting process by ensuring that only authentic ballots are used during an election. Embedded security features can prevent the unauthorized generation, printing, duplication, or counterfeiting of ballots for use in an election, and therefore can prevent counterfeit ballots from being counted as valid ballots. Just like we embed our money with watermarks and other measures to ensure validity and authenticity, we should do the same with our election ballots. If we have this technology available, then why would we not employ it to ensure election integrity? Ballot security features could include, but are not limited to, technology such as ultraviolet features, infrared features, magnetic features, fluorescence features, visual ink features, and watermarks. The implementation of such features in paper stock used to print official ballots can also include, but is not limited to, shapes, words, numbers, images, barcodes, codes, and barcodes that can include any one of real data and encrypted real data. For example, if the embedded feature is magnetic, such as an embedded metallic layer, the embedded metallic material can have a particular shape, including the shape of a number, a letter, or a word, or be in the form of a barcode. The ballot reader or machine tabulator can read or sense the embedded security feature while tabulating the choices marked on the ballot. And if the ballot is not authentic, then the ballot would be rejected. Secondly, with regard to ballot chain of custody, all ballots should be kept in receptacles which have tamper-proof seals and stored in secured places with video monitoring. No unauthorized person should ever have access to our election ballots while they are being stored. Currently, I've seen that our ballots are kept in taped-up boxes. Tape is not secure. It can be ripped off and replaced. We need more security in our chain of custody for our elections. The bill addresses those security failings. Lastly, anyone voting with an absentee ballot needs to be thoroughly vetted, and we must make sure they are valid New Hampshire voters meeting residency and identification requirements. This bill ensures that votes of absentee ballots are not only counted if proper ID requirements are met. That's just common sense. No one should be able to vote if they are not legal and eligible voters in New Hampshire. Our requirements to vote must be respected and adhered to. Otherwise, why have election laws at all? One may say this would be a big expense to municipalities to implement these kinds of changes. I think the assurance of a valid election is totally worth the price. Our constituents are demanding election integrity loudly and clearly, and we should listen to them. This bill makes our voting system more secure and tamper-proof, and that is why we should be pursuing. So I ask you to please pass this bill out of your committee with an OTP recommendation. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you for coming, Representative. Questions? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Aaron, for taking the question. So I'm assuming, and let me know if I'm wrong, in order to implement this technology, all the towns would have to have new vote counting machines in order to read the security measures, whether it be watermark or embedded type security. Would that be true?
Possibly, depending on what kind of technology is chosen to be on these ballots. It could be that maybe before they're scanned, they're, put into some other sort of machine to validate them before they're read. So, it could be that rather than replacing the entire scanner, you just get some other piece of equipment that would validate the ballot prior
Further
to.
question?
Follow-up question, would that mean that towns that currently use paper ballots would probably have to go to a vote counting machine?
I'm not sure. I think that that's, part of the processes that would have to be worked out through the process of after the bill was passed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions from committee? Representative, I have a couple of questions, and it might have been more appropriate for Representative Abrami, but I knew he had to leave, so I'm going to ask you. You mentioned the absentee ballot process that's in this bill, and I was a little surprised to see it because the purpose was clearly to do with security and sort of chain of custody, and then we had this absentee ballot provision sort of put into it on page 4. Mm-hmm. So would you believe, do you know when absentee ballot envelopes are opened under law now for elections?
Mm-hmm.
And when is that?
That's when usually there's a day before the
No,
election.
that's pre-processing, and that was a special process that was for the elections of 2020 only.
Mm-hmm.
So currently, there are no pre-processing provisions in law. So do you know when, under current law, absentee ballots are opened in the election?
I'm not aware.
Okay, would you believe that is the day of election?
Okay.
All right, and I'm keeping a look at my Secretary of State bobbing heads and Representative Bergeron to make sure I've got this right. We really should sort of make bobblehead dolls, and that would be pretty good. If you weren't a bobblehead doll in election law, that means you've made it. All right, so the envelopes are actually not opened until the day of the election. Okay. So the processing of the absentee ballots can occur on election day, and there are provisions in regards to letting people watch the process and checking them in through the checklist on the day of election. So I understand this bill, and I think maybe I'm asking this question for you to relay to Representative Abrami, maybe to get back to me.
Sure.
This bill then would provide that the moderator opens the envelope on the day of the election, and that's when the verification process begins, at least as to whether this is an appropriate voter who has returned a requested absentee ballot. And then, I'm on page 4 of the bill, section 13, and paragraph 2, it relates to if the documentation for proof of identity is not sufficient, there is going to be an opportunity to essentially cure, right, by notifying the voter and letting the voter bring whatever is needed down by the end of the day so that their absentee ballot can be marked. Is that what you understand this provision to mean?
Yes, well, they have up until the close of the polls on that day.
Right,
and
so
that-
the envelope is being opened in the morning. So if the deficiency is discovered, they have until the close of the polls that day to correct it under this version of the bill.
Yes, but I would also assume that from the time that the person submits their absentee ballot to the town and the time of the election, that there's a time there that you can bring your information to the town clerk to have everything verified ahead of time.
That's actually not the absentee ballot process. Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because I think what this says is that your envelope is opened, the receipt of the absentee ballot is recorded, and as long as the clerks are keeping up with the system, the absentee voter can actually go online and see that their absentee ballot has been received, but that ballot is not processed until the day of the election. So on the day of the election, the outer envelope would be opened, and then the verification process with the match to the request and the checklist would be done. And if there was a deficiency under this bill, what would happen is there would be a requirement, because it says the moderator shall contact the voter in an attempt to cure the deficiency.
Mhm.
And so my question is, did the sponsors of the bill inquire of anybody at the AG's office as to whether they felt such a quick turnaround for a deficiency cure would be legally acceptable? And 2, what would happen if the moderator cannot contact the voter? Because sometimes people are absent because they're absentee voters, so you're not
Right.
able to reach them.
Right.
And I've apologized for posturing those
No.
questions to you, but
No.
perhaps
Well, yes,
if
that's- and
somebody
that's-
else speaking can address it, or Representative Abrami can get back to us on.
I think that's something I would defer to Representative Abrami. I don't
Okay.
know if he had something in mind in particular to address that, but
Okay.
it was my thought that between the time that a person submits their absentee ballot, whether it's opened or not, to the town clerk, that they can then provide documentation necessary to prove that they are legal and eligible voter.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. And again, this may not be appropriate for you. It's a question about Section 14, about the electronic ballot counting devices. I guess my question is, I have 2 questions. So,
Bruce, go
okay,
ahead.
all right.
I have that provision circled also.
Okay, one is to provide within 8 hours. Did anybody talk, and then the term is used, citizens audit. Could you explain, and it's in quotes and not defined, so could you explain what a citizens audit is, and is 8 hours enough time for it to be turned over?
Well, citizens should be able to see whether or not, what the counts of the ballots were after the election. I would imagine that the information should be made available to them if they can.
If you don't have the answers, maybe you can convey
So, yeah,
those
and that's
issues to
something, again,
Representative
for,
Abrami.
I would imagine that Representative Abrami probably had, you know, more insight into what he was seeking for that.
Thank you. I mean,
Sure.
if you'll have that, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thanks. Does anybody have any questions? Representative Hamer.
I just have a question on page 4, Roman numeral 2. If the moderator finds the absentee voter has not included the photocopied documentation, so we have to make a photocopy of your documentations when you sign that in, send that in to show where you live, your ID and everything. Usually with the absentee ballots, they're for people that are not able to come out a lot. And I think it would be a hardship on them to have a photocopy of these documentations. Do you agree?
I'm not sure. I don't know, you know, what people's
Yeah.
situations are, but certainly, you know, there are a lot of people have photocopiers at home, and well, and even if they don't, they're available in many different places. So I don't know. I think it's not an unreasonable ask.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? I'm seeing none. Thank
Thanks.
you.
I appreciate it.
This hearing has gone on. I wanted to let the sponsors speak. I'm going to recognize the Secretary of State, David Scanlon, as that will conclude the people who had signed up prior to the initiation of this hearing to speak. And I'm going to give the Secretary of State all the time needed to address this bill and answer questions from the committee. And then I have a few people signed up to speak where we're going to limit testimony to about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, appearing today in opposition to the bill. But before I go into the reasons why, I would like to just piggyback on my prior testimony, saying that this type of legislation is the result of a decline in voter confidence in our elections, and we do need to take steps to correct that. There are some portions in this bill that talk about reconciliation of ballots, watermarks or synthetic DNA or things like that. I think that should all be part of the discussion if it helps improve that confidence. And you know, I'm certainly willing to work with the committee or others on what that might look like moving forward. The primary reason that I oppose the bill is because it decentralizes who's responsible for conducting the election. And right now, the buck stops with the Secretary of State. And the Secretary of State is chosen by the legislature every 2 years, and if that person doesn't do a good job, then you know they're free to choose somebody else who can. If you remove the Secretary of State's responsibility for preparing the ballots and distributing them in an election, you're really tying that person's hands behind their back. If you are handing over responsibilities to a vendor who is simply in the market to make a profit, they're not necessarily accountable to anybody at that point, except if they do a bad job, they may lose business the next time around. And then the other part of this is we have probably 230, give or take, voting jurisdictions, whether they're cities or towns. And so you're putting in the hands of responsibility of those couple hundred individuals to make appropriate decisions related to elections that they currently do not have to make. Right now, the Secretary of State, and this should be made clear, that all of the ballots that are produced in New Hampshire go through a uniform process. All state ballots are printed exactly the same way. They're proofread. The column rotations are you know, made to apply appropriately to the elections, and there is a standard process for making that happen. Each polling place, each of the of the 309 or 310 polling places have a unique ballot for that election. So you simply, if you're running out, you can't call the next town over and say, hey, you have some ballots you can spare. That's not the way it works. Each of those towns has a unique ballot for the election. They're carefully proofed, and there is a significant process undertaken by the state to make sure that the ballots are accurate and they're properly distributed to the communities. So that's the primary reason why I oppose this bill, is that to me it does not make sense, if you want to make sure the job gets done, that you take the one person that's accountable and you spread it out to over 200 entities to make that happen. To me, that's a recipe for disaster, and so I would discourage that. Part of the process, though, I think is making sure the public understands better what that process is. I mean, based on the testimony that I have heard so far, I think that there is an education effort that we need to do to make sure that individuals in the state just know exactly how our elections work, and I'm certainly willing to help people understand that process. The only other thing that I'll mention is right now we do not have a ballot counting device in use in New Hampshire that is able to record digital images of ballots. So the proposal where they can be simply put up quickly after an election is over, it's just not possible at this point. The Ballot Law Commission has recently approved the use of a newer, different model ballot counting device for use in the town elections in Milford coming up. And so we'll see where that goes and whether they're more likely to approve a device for state elections moving forward. The one concern that I have about posting digital images of ballots, all ballots, in an election is the same concern that I have making paper ballots available for the public to just open up and look through, and that is it does open up potential for vote buying schemes, which were very prevalent in the late 1800s before they went to a unique ballot. There are ways that a voter could mark a ballot so that somebody that was interested in buying a person's vote could identify that by being able to simply review ballots cast in any given town. And I would want to be very careful that we're not opening another Pandora's box by allowing that to happen. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from committee members? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Okay, it's always me. I always have these questions. I have some questions about the conditions of the boxes in Windham. I'd like I know that we went through it in the last bill, but just to reiterate for anyone that wasn't here, there were a lot of complaints about that in this testimony. And in your opinion, is the condition of the ballots that came out of Windham in the November 2020 general election, is that a common condition of boxes, or when I said ballots, I meant boxes, I'm sorry. Is this a common condition that boxes are in, or is this a very rare condition that boxes are in your experience as Secretary of State and formerly a deputy?
I loosely used an 80-20 percentage rate in my testimony the last time. Most towns and most town clerks and election officials properly prepare and seal the ballot boxes after an election is over. But there are some towns that do not do a particularly good job, and that can be seen whenever there's a recount. The towns that follow the recommended guidelines and procedures, the boxes are all uniform when they arrive. The seals are properly signed. The ones that do not come in properly packaged are quite obvious, I think, during the recount. And again, it is a training issue. We provide substantial training to cities and towns prior to an election season, but the training sessions are not mandatory. so we don't always get everyone showing up. And there's also turnover in election officials, and so that training is constant, and there's always a learning curve for some clerks. We need to do more work in that area.
Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So you wouldn't notice these deficiencies unless there was a recount? You wouldn't normally go out to every town and check how they package the boxes?
That's right. We don't go out and check as a matter of practice, although, with everything that has happened and the nature of the debate today, as I mentioned in the last hearing, it might be a good practice to start doing checks.
Thank you.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. So a follow-up for anyone that wasn't here in that last bill that we discussed. You had mentioned that you're going to be doing more spot checks. Could you just talk about that again?
Correction, just because I don't want people testifying to be put on the stand. That is not what he said. What he said was that might be a good idea to have a conversation about incorporating into future practices. Let's not paraphrase testimony for the benefit of other people. We are here, to all of you, to take the testimony and respond to it as you hear it. Thank you.
So the question is, what would a spot check look like? We would go into a clerk's office and simply ask to see how the ballots and election materials are being stored. We would also, at the same time, take a look at the logs that are associated with the ballot counting devices, so that we can make sure that those are kept up to date and they contain proper signatures every time those devices are accessed.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretary Scanlon, for answering the question, and I'll add my congratulations to your new position. Noting the concerns that
I actually haven't congratulated him because I'm suspecting that he may be having second thoughts as this proceeds. So I'm leaving my words on his appointment for a future date. Continue.
Maybe the 180-day rule or something, I don't know. But anyway, the concerns you noted notwithstanding, could you support some of the added security features that are noted in this legislation?
Yes, certainly we can review the reconciliation procedures. We do actually recommend, as part of our training, ways that you can reconcile the ballot counts after an election. We don't cover all of the areas that people seem to be concerned about, so there's certainly room for some expansion there. And in terms of making sure that ballots are not counterfeit, there are ways to put watermarks. I know of a product that is synthetic DNA that is invisible on the ballot or on the paper, and if you put a special light over it, it shows up. I mean, there are tools like that that could be used that I don't think would be onerous or overly expensive.
Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretary Scanlon. Back to the high-speed scanner question, are the Milford machines that are going in, are they scanning machines as opposed to counting machines that we currently have?
The technology that is used currently is the AccuVote device, which is an optical scan device. The newer devices, and the one that will be tested in Milford, is a digital scan, and so they do have the capability of collecting images of on every ballot.
And follow-up question on that? As far as scanning, then all the ballots, regardless of whether they're run through current machines or not, wouldn't that be like a different type of high-speed scanner, maybe similar to what was used at the audit? In other words, just adding to that, this would not be for the purpose of counting the vote for the election. It would be for the purpose of recording it for posterity and for the citizens.
I think we're talking about maybe two different things. The the newer model ballot counting devices using the digital scan technology can record the images of every ballot. And so those can be pulled up after an election. If we're talking about an audit and using a machine to kind of check the counts on election night, there are high-speed scanners that are capable of doing that. I believe they also could record images if they were directed to do so.
Okay. And
Further question?
one more follow-up. First of all, I agree with you on the concern about mailing the ballots from a vendor to the various voting places. Again, similar to question you were asked, if that's changed, we could still have the same authentication device in the ballots, but if that were all done through the Secretary of State and distributed from the Secretary of State, would that alleviate your concern on that?
Yes, I mean, that's the way the process is now,
Yeah.
is that, we hire a vendor, a printer, who works with us on preparing the ballots. Part of that process is working with the company that programs the ballot counting devices so that the timing marks and everything are properly placed on the ballot so that the machines can read them. And then once the ballot design is set, the printer prints off the amount that we ask them to print for each town. And then once they come off the press, we have our own staff that package them and ship them, make sure that they're delivered to the town.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Secretary. As I said, we have a few people who have signed up since the hearing started. I'm going to ask that their comments be kept to 3 minutes. Ken Eyring.
Hello again, and again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, I will be quick. I want to say that I support the concept of bringing in security measures on the ballots. I think that's a good idea. I agree with the Secretary of State that his office should continue to handle the processing and the creation of the ballots because it is a recipe for disaster. And if you distribute that to each of the towns, you're assuming that each of those towns assumes what their responsibilities are. And as I pointed out in an earlier testimony, that mistakes are made. Not everybody understands what their full responsibilities are, and it really could be a real mess for the entire state. And because we are the first in the nation, we have to make sure that the integrity of our elections are never questioned by anybody outside of our state. We don't want to give them valid reasons to do that. In section 4.3, I didn't understand the first paragraph. It says all ballots received shall after inspection be stored in lock boxes.
Can you give us a page and line
I'm sorry, I think it's page 2.
Okay. Thanks.
3 if you count the cover.
Oh, yeah, the bolded. Okay.
It just says all ballots received shall after inspection be stored in lock boxes and encrypted such that only the senior election official shall have the ability to access the ballots. So I'm not sure what that's referring to. The word encrypted concerned me, and the other part that concerns me is only the senior election official. So when you're providing any one person without any kind of checks and balances or additional controls, you're assuming that that person is honorable and trustable, and not everybody is, unfortunately. And you're assuming that they're competent in their duties. And then the third question is that if something happens to that person, are they the only holders of the encryption keys? So, there would need to be definitions as to how that, if things did get encrypted, I don't know what it is that would be encrypted. But, I think there's questions there that would have to be answered. You won't want to leave this to the interpretation of each individual town's election officials, because that's another disaster a recipe for disaster. On page 3, it says page 3 at the top. I agree that it would be helpful for voter integrity, election integrity, to keep ballots in a locked facility with video monitoring and logs and locked storage containers. On page 4, I welcome controls for absentee ballots. I won't get into them, they're all listed there. And then I agree with the Secretary of State. I've spent hours talking with the Secretary of State Gardner, and Secretary Scanlon was in the room at the time that some of these conversations took place. And you know, one of the things that I think is of the utmost importance, and maybe one of the most important things that the state could do for bringing confidence of voters up to where it should be for election integrity, is the ability to make ballots public documents. There are...
If you can finish up, that'd be great.
Okay. There are multiple things that need to be addressed. And I know that Rep. Groen has some concerns. I know that the Secretary of State, he just expressed a couple concerns about, you know, the confidentiality of some ballots that might have special markings on them. And there's another bill for this, and I believe, oh, no, there's not, but I'm hopeful that there will be an amendment that will be brought up that will address this and have everybody's concerns addressed, because the last conversation I had with Secretary of State Gardner was that I think we had consensus on most of these things.
All right, if you can finish up now.
So I agree with Secretary Scanlon as well about number 14, or number 14. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members for Mr. Eyring? I'm not seeing anything. Representative Yakubovich, you signed up to speak. Did you want to come up?
It's on the next bill.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I don't know what I'm on. 1522. Is there a Mr. Brandano here? Welcome. If you can, if we have a few minutes. We're trying to do 3 minutes plus whatever I gave Ken.
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Eyring.
I'll go as fast as I can.
Okay.
First of all, thank you. And for me, I'm one of those people who believed always in elections. I live in Kensington, New Hampshire. It's a small town. I've been involved planning board and other things for over 30 years. And, you know, I couldn't believe anything, there would be any problems in my town or anywhere else. And so like everything else, I did my due diligence. What concerned me the most is that the reason I'm in support of this bill, because we need to do something with trust and transparency. And I'll give you an example. We have so many shortfalls in the election process. If we take at least this one step, it will help us. And let me outline it for you. Currently, there is no chain of custody requirements on the memory chips or the microchips. There's no chain of custody. And I have a letter from the Secretary of State's office that states that. There's no software security review or defined specifications. There's no audit capability or defined by the state Secretary of State. There's no best practice audits by the town clerks to review or inspect the activity logs, and those are really important. There's no security directives, updates to the machines since April 9, 2010, and there's no testing against any controls. And what frightens me the most is this last statement by Jeffrey Silveristo, who is the head of LHS, who we trust with everything here in the town, in the state. It says on March 2021, our systems are also subjected, its LHS systems, to a post-election audit in Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, and a push for those random audits because we feel it's important to the integrity of the system. The reason why there is no post-election audit in New Hampshire is because there's no legislation directing one to occur. A bill is currently being considered to do just that. So we have so many other shortfalls in our system. If we can at least start with ballot integrity, it will be a great step for us going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from committee members? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony. Chow Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pick up from him. What he's saying is like in the Wyndham audit, Harry Hursty, the auditor, he said in Europe, you automatically have an audit right after the election, not in US. So we need to have that in place. And that's one. And second is, when you consider this bill, and I support this bill, is that if we need to have the machine that can read all these new marks and stuff like that, let's break it up, not just all by LHS, which is the one vendor that supply all the machine in New Hampshire and the whole New England. They supply the machine, they testing the machine, and they maintain the machine, and they check the machine. It's like you ask one person to do the whole thing. So who's doing the audit of this work, of this machine, to make sure that they work properly? And machine do make mistake. So that is very dangerous. The records that we see at the Wyndham audit, all these towns, is all messed up. You know, when people brought it in, they had to like wait a half an hour for them to sort things out. It's all messed up. And those high-speed machine, the scanning machine that you were talking about, well, in reality, we have to wait for them to run to Staples and pick up these cheapy machines that they set up to scan that day. The whole audit set up, not prepare. These are cheap machine. I'm standing like, what? What high-speed machine? It's a cheesy machine. Wasn't in my own office. So I support high-speed scanning machine, high quality to store all these ballots. It's very important. And we can store as long as we need. We don't need a lot of space for that. And in Merrimack election, there was this one person, he received a ballot, is pre-marked with a candidate that he wouldn't support. I interviewed him. So, and then they didn't have enough ballots for the day, so they had to copy more paper ballots. You know, and the same thing happened in Bedford. And when I went there for the recounts, many of my friends watched the video and said, you know what, Chow? They don't have the chain of custody right. And it's so easy to make these copies of these ballots, so we don't even know these boxes ballots is legit. That's how much faith we have right now in our election process. So please support this bill because this is so important. And the law needs to be updated on these things, because like online crime, we didn't have way back then. Now we have all this technology to track every package that you do. Why not tracking our ballot? I received absentee ballots for November election, and I didn't know I'm not supposed to receive these things. You know, otherwise I would have kept it and bring it to the AG and process all these things. So who sent these ballots in? I didn't request it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Does anybody have any questions?
Oh, by the way, one more. At the Wyndham
Okay,
audit,
quickly.
sorry, one box in there, the label is a box, it's a printing company in California. In California. How is that New Hampshire ballots get stored in a box from California, a printing company? That is weird. That doesn't show up in your report in the forensic audit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the individuals that I have signed up to speak on HB 1522. There were individuals who indicated their support or opposition to the bill remotely by registering online. A total of 74 people supported this bill online and 3 opposed. Thank you, Representative Terosian. And we also had sign-ups here today in town. And in regards to people that did not speak on this bill, we had 3 people sign up, and they were all in favor of the bill. Thank you very much for your participation on this hearing on 1522. I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1522 and open the hearing on HB 1527. 1527 is a bill relative to the storage of total vote counts produced by the electronic ballot counting devices. And the prime sponsor of the bill is with us here today to introduce it, Representative Yakubovich. Welcome again.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for inviting me back so quickly. I'm Michael Yakubovich of Hooksett. I'm representing Merrimack District 24, and the bill deals with the information we have, with the tapes that machines print, the receipts. It's probably a simpler bill. Here I'm trying to capture the information we got and present it to the public. So these requests to get to the data, the receipts of the machines, came to me from constituents, from people outside of town, people in town, everywhere. There was a lot of hearsay after the election. I was actually helping with the recount of the Wyndham election, and everybody was shocked when we saw the 400 vote discrepancies there. And then people started looking for explanation on their own, and they didn't have much to go by. So if they had some more data, maybe they could have helped or uncovered something. And if I lean towards providing information to the people so they can draw their own conclusions rather than giving them something post-process, something we interpret, because they probably will not trust much anyway, and they do want to see the source. So that's why I'm asking for the tapes of the machines to be photographed. At the end of the day, the moderator could do it, the town clerk, and email to the Secretary of State. And that record would be kept on the website. The SOS website could be presented to the public of each town. The original tapes would stay in the town, and then yeah, this will provide the uniformity basically in the eyes of the public. Anybody could be able to see what the machines counted. Probably in the Wyndham case, since one of the machines provided a lot of overvotes, that would have been questioned right away by members of the public. So anybody who is familiar with forensics could identify some issues there. So the tapes would be kept in towns. The scans or photographs would be sent up to the SOS office to be posted online, and then sometime later the SOS could transcribe them into a spreadsheet, which will show per town how many machines were used, what the outcome of each, what the total counts of each machine were, overvotes, configuration of the machine settings, things like that. If they could populate the spreadsheet, the public would appreciate it too. No specialized equipment is needed. You know, the night of the election, this is all they need to take some pictures of the tapes. That's what the bill is about. Transparency, providing information to people, and let them deal with it. So we're not hiding anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions from members of the committee? Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. It's really a two-part question. Could you explain to me what reports for option settings, sort settings, and tally settings mean? And does the AccuVote tabulator generate those kinds of reports now, or can it if it doesn't currently?
Thank you for the question. I'm not the topmost expert into the machines, but I believe they can be configured differently in different locations. So we're going after the configuration settings of the machines. So we want to know the way they were configured. Thank you.
Follow up.
Are you looking for the code that's used to program the machines?
No, just the options that are selectable.
Okay, thank you.
What's done with the overvotes, long report, short report, things like that. Thank you.
Okay.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. I got to run back to my own committee.
Yeah, okay. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Alvin C. Mr. C, come on down.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Alvin C., and I'm here speaking in favor of this bill. Representative Yakubovich did a very good job, so there's not much more for me to say. I did want to point out that this would be one way that people can see the number of overvotes, which is printed at the top of the ballot report.
The tape.
If the bill we discussed earlier today goes through, then this would still show it, but it would show it on the individual races. But overall, it makes things clearer for everybody who wants to take an interest in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. C? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. C, for taking the question. I don't know if you know or not, and I don't, so that's why I'm asking. What happens with those tapes now? Are they retained at the town level? Does the Secretary of State get them? Do you know the answer?
I don't know the complete answer. I do know that the town clerk has to keep a copy, but usually it's kept in the box sealed up with the ballots after the election. So if they don't have a copy and didn't post one up on the wall in the clerk's office or something like that, and I don't know that there's a standard on what's supposed to be done. My understanding is they're supposed to print out 3 of those reports on each machine.
Further questions for Mr. C? Seeing none, thank you very much. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Ken Eyring.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. This is an important bill for voter integrity and election integrity. This will make it easy for people to actually help view the results of each town and to see if there's any anomalies that are taking place in any of the towns. I know this speaking from firsthand because there's a group of people who literally went to every town to collect the paper tapes. Those paper tapes were then put into spreadsheets, and then we looked at the results of every machine in every town that we acquired. It's a lot of work, hundreds and hundreds of hours just to get the paper tapes, a lot of traveling. This bill is kind of like a sister bill to the bill that you talked about, I believe, yesterday with the voter checklists, where I asked, where the bill asks that the voter checklist be published online at the Secretary of State's office, because that's also a process where you have to go to each individual town in order to get the checklist. Hundreds of hours, lots of travel, lots of wasted fuel. So, you know, now the paper tapes, when they come out, they're stored at the town level after the elections. It's not a big deal for the town clerks to take images or scans of these and then send them as a file to the Secretary of State's office. That's minimal work, but it will save citizens hundreds and hundreds of hours, and it provides transparency. And again, you know, one of the things that I'm most focused on is the perception of New Hampshire's elections, because we're the first in the nation state. And questions were raised due to what took place in Wyndham. And, you know, the state stepped up. This committee passed the bill, you know, SB 43, in order to allow that type of transparency to take place. So, you know, this info is already available under 91A. So we're not asking for anything that's not currently available. And the fact that the data would be segregated by every machine, this ties into some of the concerns that I expressed earlier, because you'd be able to see overvotes, you'd be able to see if machines are working properly or not, you'd have more eyes on the data to potentially point out to town election officials that maybe there's something they should look into. You know, I don't see any drawbacks to doing this. It's a little bit more work for the Secretary of State's office. They'd have to assign someone to transcribe the data from the paper tapes to the spreadsheet so they could get posted. I did speak about this with Secretary Gardner last year. He expressed a concern that they couldn't do that within a few days of the election, and my response was, you know, even if it's a month, you know, that would be fine. You know, we just want to have the ability to see the data of the breakdown of each machine in each town. So I haven't spoke with Secretary Scanlon. We're going to meet tomorrow. I believe he was there for part of the conversation that I had with Secretary Gardner. I'm hoping there's no issue there. I don't want to speak for him on this. But all of that is, this is a really important bill. If this state is really serious about, you know, transparency and election integrity. I believe this would help elevate, you know, what we're trying to do as a state to provide as much information to the public as possible. The question by Rep. Bergeron about the types of settings, the tally settings, the sort settings, this language in here, there's different types of reports that are generated, and Rep. Yakubovich had asked me what the name of that report is, and I didn't know, so I gave him all of the things that are printed on the paper tape, and these are the things. So, you know, this would specify the report, but not by name, because we didn't know what that name of the report was. So it's not something that you know, generates more work. It's just the report that you choose when you say print report, which one, and then it spits out of the machine. That's all I have. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members for Mr. Eyring?
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any, thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Representative Allegro, but I'm not sure I see him in the room. Okay. And then the last person I have signed up to speak on this bill is Chow Kelly. Chow, we're going to ask that you keep it to about 3 minutes on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this before November 2020 election, I have complete trust and faith in our election. Never worry, never like concern anything about any of this stuff. So I walked into that Wyndham audit, forensic audit, clueless. I don't understand what paper ballot mean, blank, and all that stuff is like thrown at me like crazy. You watch these things on the news, but I don't know what it is. So this is important. This is an important thing that, you know, we should put. I support this bill, of course, 1527, because it should be available for the public to trust but verify, like President Reagan said. And I've been at the education testifying to these bills that to teach civil rights and information about Constitution to our children. So these should be good example. So our students, our children, our future leaders should know what to look for to ensure that they have a place in this country in the future. So they need to have real stuff. So when we walk into, or we just watch the news, or just walk into the election, we know what it is. We, the peasants, should know what it is. Not just this professional up there monopolize everything, like LHS monopolize everything in our elections equipments. That is wrong. So this bill looks small, but it's important. And I go to these election, they usually tape this result on the wall someplace. We usually take a picture and we post it on Facebook. So our friends are watching it, or I live stream of people watching it. But we are just a few influencers. If it goes onto the Secretary of State and official websites of the town, the whole town should be looking out for election integrity, because the result of this election affecting everyone, especially our pocket, our hard-earned tax dollars. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Kelly? I'm seeing none, thanks.
Thank you.
That is the last speaker that I have signed up to testify on 1527. There were individuals who signed up remotely to register a position on 1527. 16 signed up in support, 4 opposed. Thank you, Representative Terosian. And in regards to people who did not speak to the bill, I have 1 person signed up who was in favor of the bill. That concludes, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1527, and that concludes this committee's public hearings for today, and that concludes this committee's business today. I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank the people who came to testify, and we will see you at the next meeting. Thank you. Representative Ward has a question. I'm going to discuss that with people after the meeting, where I'm sort of in the middle of some scheduling issues. One of the fun jobs of being chair. We will not have a meeting next week. Subject to, actually, I should not say that. because I know I sent an email, but I'm about to have a conversation with the ranking Democrat members. Oh, yeah, look at, yeah, no, you're going to be, because you're in the office to clean it up. So to see what we're going to do. So with that, we are officially done today. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your week.